BM Fund. Could be Burning Man, could be a bowel movement. Help! I've been trapped in the Chad message factory for 39 months. Let's go Z Club Z Club Z Club.
Are you ready? Cause it's time. Holy shit, level 7. Hype train. Get on board for the hype train, bitches. Oh yeah, you know what today is. It's Indie Saturday and If Then. Yeah.
All right. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Hope everybody's doing their best. I hope everybody's doing their best. Old and Flexible got us up to 99%. Didn't quite push us over to level 8 yet. One more sub will get us over there. There we go. There we go. Hell yes. Whoops, nope, not that one. This one. Yeesh. What is happening here? What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and it is Indie Saturday, If Then, and we got a little sponsor stream coming up in about 45 minutes. But we're going to look over our choices today. We're going to try and hit some sub goals. It looks like we got, what do we got for the sub goal today? $22.95 as randomly chosen by the dice to get to that If Then goal and get a name picked out of a hat to be chosen to, pick a game, any game for me to play later on in September. You can pick any game. This is the way you get around like your 100-month sub. If you don't think you're going to stick around for 100 months, this is the way you get any game you want. This is the best way. So, yeah, Burning Man next week. Tuesday is my last stream. I'm just gonna do another indie day on Tuesday. I don't have a game that I just want to play for one day, so we'll just do another one of these on Tuesday. But yeah, today we're doing indies and If Then, and then tomorrow we're doing, yeah, and it's 35% off, by the way. 35% off 5 or more gifted subs. So don't forget that little discount as well. What else was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, and then tomorrow's War Dogs. I'm playing War Dogs with the boys. I still have not picked it up yet. I'm not sure if it's good or bad or whatever. I have not played it. But I'm hoping that there'll be good guides for me. That Co and JP will help me out. And I really would love to be the War Dogs taxi service. That is my my ultimate goal there, is to be the War Dogs taxi service and just ferry people from one end of the battlefield to the other. Anywho's, I got some shit to do real quick. So, give me a second here, and we're gonna start right now with Gwomi with 106 months, Scribbles with 7 years, 84 months resub, Kumimono with 39 months, Mighty Cat C with 9, and then of course Vincent I don't mean to say of course. And then Vincent with 100 gifted subs. VOD watchers, fast forward 10 minutes. Okay, because here we go. Vincent has gifted out 100 subs to Carl Landia, Faded Fox, Merking Lee, Genesis Burn, R2RE, Lobo Tano, Droider, Cacao Monster, Dr. Kagan, Billsybub, Combatant 8, Blade 24 CZ, The Manglary, QWERTY 2070, Neat Sloth, Rebel Hawk Me, OUSS, Chibugamu, Gamo, Vojki, Mach 78, Viteheart, Dovahkiin Blood, Dalthus, McGruff's Mugshot, Quillaria, Chris in the ATX, Shadow Stepper 7887, Megaphone P, Dorian Latronus, One and Done, Mac Attack 24, Zarthrin, Exakis, Aristeos, Sound Judgment, Zyba, Stan Marsh, Wishot, Lone Star, 31185, Maximilian Shade, Lineator, Skip Trace Jump, Thulin, Devaro 31, Nback, Asgral, Hate 666, Merrick H, Vexing Thoughts 2, Richard VC, Roby 26, Nystrana, Ranger, Danny Glands, The Reaper Shadow, Di Clemens, Val Neris, Abtubinfinch1. Jesus Christ. Dragoth, Shireen, Stickstirred 42, Tom Amelia 23, Mr. Ballsceder, Orgoth, Versta, Lovebub, John Jeth, Minerfish, RZ Studios, Rakhmarov, Black Beast 22, yeah! Lunastis, Scorps 1, Deverf, Liquid Blade ZA, Dick Sosa, Trafo, Don Rocks, P the First. Well, there you go. There's your random one, Butane. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. It's Andrew88. Yeah! Condor 6666, Death Cobb, Philly Pharaoh, Tasty Beats 93, Pimp Smurf, Nihilistic Bat, put some D's on it. It's Sir Yamamoto, excuse me. Stiganol, Geo Fox Audio, Torzak, Gazgrax, Blue Tongue, Riding Martyr, The Bearded Spider, Caddy 2K10, Lamborghini, Games with Wes, and Jay Credible. There it is. There's 100 subs from Vincent.
Hail, Berserkers!
Hell yeah. Pat the Rush with 10 gifted subs to Ed207, Lady Amnesia, Zizislav, Cryoth, Brian Leonard 25, Matilda 1888, Scipio 243, Rob Diddy 75, Poop McScoot, and Cronid 101. Those are gifted from Pat the Rush. We got Marcel 94 with 49 months, Old and Flexible with 10 more gifted subs to Cone Jesus, Vasme, Cave Page, Baby Fran, Blue Stick, Lost Wing, Titanium Spine 86, J Big X, and Hayo Hoa. Those are from Old and Flexible. True Theris with 96 months, 8 fucking years for True Theris. Mighty Incisors with gifted subs to Just Lurk, Joe Kahainen FL, Bronte 2459, Queen Curvy X, and Minnie Patton. Saku with 5 gifted subs to Gamby. God, you want that Breath of Fire. Gamby, Hot Carl, Serial 006, Ebertron, and Cat K617. We got Goody with 5, going to Feed Michelle's, Ardent of Avalon, Thalianzel, Brozamite, and Pickled Beets. 10 from Diabito, going to Hadadat, Viso RL, Paffy SC, The Unspoken Thing, Aoshiza 02, Nios CD, Victory Mike, Tauriel, Druid Nobo, and Fionel. Pegaman with 10 gifted subs. I almost bit my tongue. Pegaman, thank you for gifting out 10 subs to Luke Wares, Norvalde, Void Watcher 13, Kayoshibe, Valshi TV, Honk for Hank, Lil Nation, Lily Nation, Jesus. Sotonian, Odati Hersinde, and Remo Perkle. Then Juke with a gifted sub to Maverick Hunter, Mad Bomber with 149 months, Gorilla Burrito with 5 gifted subs to Adger23, Shaw BMC, IRB Goodya, Aiden Gray, and Munko Man. Kiskaloo with 5 to Broham McNugs, Archelaus Skyrain, Eagle of Death 1996, Cub to Teddy, and Mordred RN. Fatui with 10 to Wild Hunt, Beard 189, Darkone XXI, Oso, Ruby Gonal, Shattered Saint, Snable 42, Raven 989S, Plastic Toucan, and Icy Melon. Butane on my skin with 2 gifted subs to Guru Prodigy TV and Z Boreas. Vincent, oh my God, with 30 more. Good Lord. Vincent with 30 more to Serbalicious, A Sneaky Dingo, Hatter Days, Rock the Aldi, Mort the Light, Sail a Win, Sable Horizon, Kicky Nick, Miss You, Sartorial Scientist, Blue Dragon 48, Kodashiku, Coppercoin, Blood Warrior 707, Dwayne 28, Dang You, Q Frost, Black Switch Engage, Phil 129, Chubkowski, Mongrel, Jabisso, Hannibal Hedger, Fit Fat Dad, McLovin 84, Jenny Ashby Music, RV, Kago 40, Big Mac Zack Attack, and Skeletonometer. That's 30. I can never say your name right. Skeletonometer. Thank you for the 30 gifted subs, Vincent. Adelac with 2 more to Core Hazard, Mizagashi, and with 51. Bread Assassin with 33. Insane Finn with 77. Brewmeister Beach with a big 20 bomb. Going to Zinzio, Augustus. Oh my God. Augustimus. There we go. Jay Zeiger, Random Sama 613, Carback, Nico-san, 510. Mad Stelnick or Stelik, PV, NC Cert for Rider. I don't know how to say that. Saniot, Neon Flux, Badass Gaming for Life, Rakish 44, Shiabashi, Gelith, Kambroski Undead, Tonka 5, Chunky Farts. Chunky Farts got me. George Murison Skyhook, and the Fall Guy. Those are 20 from Brewmeister Beach. Hukin with 136. If this resub wins alone, it will be Breath of Fire 3. Sounds good. Skygator, thank you for 64. Laser Guy to Love with 50. The Lash with a gifted sub to Rigged. Yes, that is foam coming from my mouth. Thank you so much. Crimson Cage with 126 months. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it. All right. And did we get the goal? Not yet, but we are very, very close. There. Okay. How far did we get? Wow, we're within 80. 80. Well, now we're within 71. 71 more gifties and we hit that goal. Hell yeah. Laser Guided Love, thank you for gifting out 10 subs to the Birdman Condor, a water type, John Ora, Jordy Jones, Holy Diver 18, Half Canadian 95, Mojo Schman, Ben J 1 2 3 4 5 6, Qbool 66, and Rusty M413. Hell yes.
Hail Berserkers!
We got a joke from Dammit Baines. The Grim Reaper appeared beside me when I was chopping some carrots in the kitchen. He took his scythe and started chopping the carrots with me. Very scary when you are dicing with death. Yes. Oh, hype train success. We did it. Level 9. Woohoo! We made it to level 9, y'all. And by we, I mean you. And by you, I mean, well, you. Vile Dreams with 125 months. Button push number go up. Indeed. Indeed. Quick question about CD-ROM-thon. Would you count a CD with an ISO burned onto it if someone sent it to you? I know you've done it yourself, but I don't think anyone has sent you one before. I found a game that you would fucking love, but the only copy I found on eBay was a French version for nearly 600 bucks. You know what, Bahamut? If you send it to me, speaking of, I need to get a UPS box. I desperately need to get a UPS box, and I'm sorry I haven't got one. But yes, we will talk no further of it. But if you send it to me, I will put it up. Yes, indeed. If you send it, I will come. That's not what I meant to say. You heard that? Okay. Okay. All right. We got a soundbite to add? Okay, let's add it. What are we getting rid of? This is the newest one.
I suck cock, and I love it. Yummy, 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 yummy.
Okay. So we're getting rid of this one then.
I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom.
All right. Invader Zim Doom is gone. And in its place, we're going to put roll round out all the dick sounds. How about a little ball action? Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
Go for the balls, Boo! Go for the balls!
There you go. It's Co Carnage going for the balls. There we go. Hell yeah, dude. Has all the years wearing headphones started to eat your hair around where you wear the headphones? I mean, sorta. No, I think you can just push it down, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know if that's a myth or not. I really don't know. Like the whole, like if you wear a hat more often, you'll lose more hair. Or if you wear something on your head, like a headphone thing, like will you lose your hair? I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. All right. There you go. Go for the balls, Boo.
Go for the balls, Boo! Go for the balls!
There you go. Go for the balls is now C3. C3. Go for the balls. Oh, that's too big. Oh.
I lost my hair because I eat too much booty.
Does you eat too much booty? Does eating booty make you lose hair? Man, I'd be bald as shit right now. No, so it doesn't. It doesn't. That is a misnomer. All right. ADH Dazzle with 10 gifted subs to Larthrost, Tizides, Pavelks, 18, Fiery Dwayke, Master Banshee, Sire Will, the Coffee Shaman, Rev Sun, Space Bird, and Yog OG. Those are from ADH Dazzle. 5 from Vile Dreams going to Cruise W, Cool Impact, Unknown Framework, M Positive, and Scooby Doo PL. Those are gifted from Vile Dreams. Unresolved Broccoli with 22 months. Spencer with 400 bits. Mr. Peril giving a sub to Clit Master, and Assistily giving a sub to George Hard R. Martin. Still a great name. Flame Fan with 37 months. Thank you. And Flying Dutchie with 5 gifted subs going to Gino Brogini, Malvado 69, Mortara, Anthony Against It's Morb.
Hail, Berserkers!
I have a patch on my leg that doesn't grow back after using some wax strips years ago on it. Ah, yeah. So we know that is bad. All right, looks like we're less than 50 away from the goal already. Holy shit. Well, it's time now. It's time now. I will be shouting at your subs as we go along, of course. But right now, we have 30 minutes to get through the games. To get through the voting games today, and then we're going to check out Sinking City 2, which it looks actually really fucking cool. There we go. Okay. Just making sure to keep caught up on the subs. There we go. All right, we are good. Okie dokie. Shall we do this? Zeke, remember when you did full Berserker speeches for new subs? That would have taken the entire stream now. I know, Eppies. That's why I had to stop doing it. That's why I had to stop doing a lot of shit. Because it just takes so much time. I talked to Gassy Mexican about it. He's like, do you read out every sub name? I'm like, yeah, I still do. He's like, how do you even fucking do that, dude? Especially on days where like sub trains and stuff. I'm just like, that's my tradition. It's what I've been doing forever. I used to do it way longer. Yes, we all miss Tacarilla. Okay. Shall we look at the a black screen? Shall we look at a black screen for now? Still a black screen, huh? Okie dokie. Oh. Well. Why? Oh, you did it, didn't you? Damn it. It did the thing. Okay. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we're fixed. We're good. Sorry about that. Sorry, I had to reset my capture card today, so. Stuff happens when you do that. So, these are the games for today that we're going to be checking out. That you're going to be voting on. So if you want to vote, look at the top of the chat box. Look at that right here. The link is right here on the top. Or you can look down below in the panel section, down below the video player. That's where you can vote if you don't want to. If you don't want to click a link, you can just vote on this page, on this Twitch page here. Thank you to Neo Mechasonic with 150. 50 more months till another free game. Prepare your butthole. No, we're not doing 200 months. We're not. I love you so much, but we can't. We can't start piling up that shit as well. Okay. First game we're going to look at is called Ledger Bound. And if you've never been here before, what we do is we look at all of the suggestions for the day. We pull up their Steam page.
RPG, dating sim.
And we read the blurb, we watch the trailer, and then you vote. Or you can vote without even knowing anything. You can just vote based on title or gut feeling or whatever. But we are going to look at these. So here we go. Ledger Bound first up. It's Deny an Insurance Claim, Save the World. Ledger Bound is a hilarious narrative-driven tactical RPG dating sim filled with all your favorite epic fantasy activities, battling evil enemies, filling out paperwork, rescuing your company from financial ruin, pursuing HR-approved relationships, and more. This game came out, looks like 9 days ago. Developed and published by Omni Mega Supercorp. It's $30. Why'd I put this on the list? It's $30. Jesus.
Time management comedy game. Everyone's favorite.
I may be just a lowly insurance adjuster, but I'll collect the 3 MacGuffins and save my company and the world if it's the last thing I do.
That felt rather unspecific. Are you sure this is a narrative game? Tactical. He's gonna step on it.
At least I die free!
RPG. Equipment, abilities, stats.
Time management.
These actions are consuming time.
Dating sim.
But I don't have a bathing suit.
Maze, neither do I. How delicious you are. Good girl.
Bugs, was that all you were thinking about? Be with me, Reyna, your loyal Hadrak.
Comedy. Good job picking up that tweaker, kids. Dub. Huge dub.
In my experience, just because something is mandatory doesn't mean you're required to do it.
Oh, Palace, talentless cretin. If you can't play the harmonica, how do you expect to please a woman? Announcement. Coming to Steam right now. As in, it's out right now. Literally, please, go buy it.
Can I crack the cat? And if not, what is the point of this game? You can't do that.
Did I not play Loot Bound? Oh, I put it up and no one voted for it. Or not no one, but it didn't get voted in.
Stand a chance against me?
Let's see. The Lantern. Oh, this is that janky ass Souls game, or not Souls game, Morrowind-like game that people were telling me about. A solo or co-op RPG inspired by Morrowind. Drawn by a shared dream, you awaken on an isolated island crowned by a silent tower. Unravel the mystery of the Laughless Saint, confront the weight of human desire, and decide what deserves to be saved and when the light beneath the world finally stirs. This one came out 5 days ago, developed and published by Nerve Labs. It is in early access and it's $17.99. And yes, I did play Dino Blade Souls, whatever game. And it was good until it got like stupid hard. All right, here we go.
Your story starts with a dream, a lantern, a saint, a tower. And when you wake, a boat carrying toward an island you've never seen.
Oh, you're awake. You're finally awake.
Everyone here arrived the same way. Same boat, same dream. And every one of them will tell you it means something different. Deep inside the tower is an amphitheater. Feel it see through your actions and compose the audience for the grand finale. Oh, and every NPC can be killed, but the dead here don't go quietly. Kill someone and you'll fight their ghost too. Go back for the body later, and it may not stay down. More than 50 quests at launch, some very dark, some not. All of them hiding secrets or one-of-a-kind
Some
items.
very dark, some not.
Underneath it all,
some not so much.
Spellcrafting and alchemy. Use these tools to vanquish your foes. Every skill you use makes it stronger. And one more thing. Full multiplayer co-op from day one.
Oh my god, I love it.
The game
She's using her RPG voice to advertise.
Friends.
The game.
The Lantern of the
It's
Laughless
very
Saint
weird.
is early access August 17th with everything you just saw in the game. Will you be able to stay sane?
You wake from the same.
All right, there we go. That is the Lantern of the Laughless Saint. All right, next one is
Lay down your weapon.
This.
It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Oh, oh, oh. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar.
There you go.
Morrowind? Daggeth?
Daggett? Thank you very much, Spencer, for the 2,500 bits. Also, Prince Ali with 25 months. Mecha Sonic. Oh, already did that. We're caught up. Okay, next one is Kotomon. Or Kotamon. There you go. Kotamon. Yes. The name of this game is Kotamon. My sis found a super rare card in her cereal box, so I became a garbage man to find the entire collection and earn $1 million. Oh, you thought? Oh, is this the, okay, this is the one that I said I would put on. Did I say I'd put this on? I think I might have promised to put this on or something stupid. All right. There. Okay. It's on there now.
Thank you for your money.
We have 9 games today. We'll get to 4 or 5 of them.
Based on a Japanese light novel with that title.
That's right. Okay, where was I? No. Yes. There we go. Okay, the name of this game is Kotamon. My sis found a super rare card in her cereal box, so I became a garbage man to find the entire collection and earn $1 million. Clearing trash can feel even better when you not only make the world cleaner, but also find extra rare cards that have suddenly increased in price. Wow, that was a sentence. Rummage through garbage, fulfill the orders from the dump site owner, look for hidden treasures, and collect all the Kotamons. This came out 2 days ago, developed by Kotamota Games, published by Polnock. It is $5.03. Oh, I looked at the AI disclosure on most of these. Or on all of them, except for Security 51. Does Security 51 have it? Because I didn't look for that one. Dovahkiin, there was a sort of FMV one in there, but it had a generative AI, so. No, it is not porn. It is suggestive, sexual themed, but not porn. It's hentai and it's art. Okay. I mean, you get it. I like the description on the, because I read the description for this one. It said, or the mature content description. Some illustrations for the trading cards depict characters in revealing clothing, tight clothing, and or sexual poses without full nudity, nipples, or genitals. There are no sexual scenes or suggestive content in the game. And this line right here. All characters in the game are adults. And you can also voluntarily drink beer in the game. Perfect. Okay. Next, the core. That was Kotamon. Next one is the core. Discover the world of mystery and self-discovery in the core, an immersive action adventure an immersive action adventure game. There will be a porn patch toward the end of the year, but for now you're stretched thin with Xenophiles. You like the demo. Okay. Why are you suggesting stuff now in my chat right now? There's a fucking time and place for this, guys. Jesus Christ. Anyway. As an autonomous AI core, you awaken alone in a long forgotten facility, your memory lost. Embark on a thrilling journey to uncover your true identity and unravel the purpose behind your creation. This one came out 9 days ago, developed and published by Electric Machine Games. It is in early access. You can get a demo or you can buy it for $15.99. Let's check it out.
What is this place?
It's Marble Madness, but robots.
I'm Miranda, your local area network digital assistant. How can I help you?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Khalid. I didn't know that.
I just woke up a few minutes ago. On that thing.
I apologize for yelling at you.
Oh, I would be glad to help you. So, when you turned on, we attracted some attention. You weren't built just to be a sentient AI. There was a very specific purpose for you.
Okay.
Your purpose is to destroy another AI called Cain.
One question though. I was thinking maybe you might know where I can find my memory.
Wow, that music got super epic for some reason.
Do you know who I am?
Okay. There you go. That's called The Core. I mean, looks cool to me. All right. Ghostbuster Village. There we go. Ghostbuster Village. Thank you, Cinnamon Buns with 55 months. Kiwi with 82. Thank you for the bits, Kiskaloo. All right. An extreme blogger travels to an abandoned village that, according to legend, was deserted in a single day. While exploring, he encounters rituals and entities rooted in Slavic mythology. But the truth waiting there is far more terrifying than any legend. This came out 2 days ago, developed and published by ZV Games. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $7.19. Let's check it out. XCOM. There you go. Ghostbuster Village. All right, next one is called Twisted Tower. This was the most suggested one this week. So I guess we'll find out why. Blast your way through an abandoned 1950s theme park, crawling with fairy tale mascots, twisted puzzles, and deadly traps. Uncover the dark secrets of your past as you race to the top to win back the love of your life. This came out 4 days ago, developed by Atmos Games, published by 3D Realms. It's $13.49. Let's give it a look. Little Bioshocky, yeah. Bioslop. Oh. Five Nights at Rapture. Is Bioshock still your favorite franchise? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Very closely followed by the Souls series. It does. I see why it was suggested so much. It very much looks like BioShock, and I love BioShock. So.
Out of here.
There we go. Twisted Tower. All right, next one is Theropods. There we go. We got a point and click on there. Levels in these are so weird. All right. Theropods outsmart hungry dinosaurs and bloodthirsty barbarians in a wordless point and click adventure. Wordless. Oh, I like that. I didn't see that the first time. Wordless point and click adventure through a prehistoric world with a sci-fi twist. This came out 2 days ago, developed by Lost Token, published by Dionys Games and Gamer Sky Games. It is $12.59. Actually, it's $13.99, but I probably own one of the bundle things that gives me a discount. So let's check it out.
Ane, papo.
Ane, oh papo.
Huh?
They really zoomed in on the trailer, unless this is how it looks. Can you share the Steam review score with each game? You can look, it's on the page. I'd rather not share the Steam review score just because sometimes they're lying or they're overwhelmingly positive for not a good reason. Yeah, Ratshaker made me not trust Steam reviews. Yeah. No, if it's like, I'll be honest. If it says mixed or it says mostly negative, I'll look and see why. And a lot of times it's a reason that won't affect me at all, so I'll still give it a shot. Give it a shot. But if it's like mostly negative, there's usually a good reason why it's mostly negative. Not always, but usually. So I will definitely do a little bit of research if I see it's anything like mixed or negative. All right, let's see. What was that? That was Theropods. The Pale Mimic. This one looks, it looks like it could be cool, but I don't know. The Pale Mimic is an atmospheric horror set in the untamed Alaskan wilderness. As a high-profile fugitive on the run, it's just you and your dog surviving in the chilling forest until something else shows up uninvited. This game came out 5 days ago, developed and published by Dark Snow Games. It is $6.79.
Got the shipment? Should last you another week at least.
How much? Oh, $150.
If I stay put in this cabin any longer, I'm gonna lose it.
I'm gonna lose it!
What do you think, boy? Wanna go do some hunting? Hasn't shown up in a long time. Looks like we have to go hunt our own food for now. What happened here? Animals don't do this shit. Fuck.
Okay, there you go. Zwei with 37 months. Thank you, Zwei. Appreciate that. All right, that's Pale Mimic. Last one we're going to look at today is called Security 51. There we go. All right. You're a security officer deep within Area 51. Scan the staff, verify clearances, and decide who can enter the elevator and who absolutely must leave. The deeper you go, the less certain you are that anyone standing before you is still human. This came out 10 days ago, developed and published by Alawar. It is $8.09. Let's take a look. Oh, and I wanted, real quick before I forget, just want to let you guys know that we're doing another Indie Day on Tuesday, my last day before I go on vacation. So if your game didn't get voted in today, there's a good chance that it'll be on the list again on Tuesday. So. Gamescom, when is, oh my fucking God, I totally forgot about Gamescom. Shit. That's at like 1 p.m. or something? Oh, the 24th. If it's the 24th, that's a Monday. It's the 25th. Okay. Yes, of course you can, Paichka. Yes, you can drop more suggestions if you want. I will look before Tuesday. All right, there you go. A papers-ish, please-ish security game kind of thingy. Okay. There you go, Security 51. All right, but for now, we have 5 minutes. We're going to switch things over here. Let's see. This. And there we go. Copy. I had this all set ahead of time. Oh. Okay. Up first. Get this all ready for the spreadsheet. And we switch over to quick actions, edit stream. We do this. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, get it in, man.
Reminder to have your fiber, and what better way that delicious Burberry yogurtu.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Okay, I am going to now alert the mutes. The mutes have been alerted.
I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob.
There he goes, Vi. Okay, so we're good there. We got the Sinky City 2. We got the right. Yep, available now. Sponsored by Frogware, Sinky City 2. Okay. Good. And now we do this. Got everything set up ahead of time. Okay, good. That's already set. Cool. Co-rage quit on final boss of Mortal Shell 2. Oh, he rage quit on the final boss of Mortal Shell 2, eh? Well, thank you for the 140 months and the positive uplifting message. Huzzah. I feel so much better. You'd love it? Yeah, absolutely. Game name top left corner, not for the sponsor stream. So we're going to do 2 hours of Sinking City, and then we'll go to the poll. So don't vote while we're doing this, but go to the poll and pick out the first game after this, because we got to do 2 hours of this, and then we'll do the regular Indie Day stuff. So it's hashtag poll if you want the poll in the chat. But if you want more information on the Sinking City 2, it's hashtag game or hashtag Sinking City 2. All right, we're just giving it 2 minutes until the hour is, or not the hour, but the the hour is ticked over. Sorry, too many things going on in my brain. Okay. There we go. Remind me to put the goal back up when we're done with this part. I know Ko didn't beat the boss on the first try. It's crazy, right? No, I'm with you, Daffy. Absolutely with you on that. I was not expecting a Resident Evil game either, but the more the merrier, indeed. Indeed and agreed. All right, I should probably read the gameplay tips before we begin here. Learn and use dodge. Okay, remember that. Stomp melee is very powerful. Use it over bullets when you can. If you don't stomp the worms that come out of corpses, they will reanimate the enemies. Good to know. Good to know. All right, here we go. The sponsor stream starts now. What is up, everybody? Thank you for joining me. My name is Ezekiel III. I'm going to be playing The Sinking City 2. This stream has been sponsored by Frogwares, so thank you very much for letting me show off your game here. I'm going to get that tweet out right there. Boom. Tweet is out. And the link is in the chat. Just put hashtag game or hashtag Sinking City 2 in the chat to get the link here. It is a tracking link, so every click helps if you want to do that. It'll bring you to this page. This game is available on Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, GOG, and Epic. So all of the things, except one. If you want to get it, check it out, do all that stuff. I'm going to be playing the Steam version, and it looks really fucking cool, so I'm excited to do it. Let's go! I have no idea what this game is. I'm so glad my favorite streamer is playing it. Me too. Oh, ads. Come on, ads. Come on, ads. Let's, there we go. Shut those off. No ads on top of ads. No hat on a hat for this one. A sincere thank you to all our supporters and belief in our vision and for helping bring this project to fruition in these troubled times. You're welcome. Sinking City 2 was developed in Ukraine between January 2023 and August 2026. 94% of our team remain in the country throughout. 17 has had homes damaged. 14 were drafted. As of writing, 85,000 air raid alerts registered across the cities. Through power cuts, water shortages, and sleepless nights, work continued and so did life. 8 children were born, 11 weddings took place. Every one of us found ways to support our fighters and contribute to our country's defense. We believe this is the best game we have ever made. It is finally in your hands. We hope you like it. Slava Ukraini. This photosensitivity warning, seizure warning, y'all. Oh, okay, yes. I forgot I have to space through everything. All right, what are my options here? Master volume, crank it. Video. Windows full screen. Do I want NVIDIA since I have an NVIDIA card, or is TSR fine? Probably want to do NVIDIA since I have a good NVIDIA card, right? I would use it. Okay. Motion blur is off by default. Nice. Ultra. Hair, shading, global illumination, reflection, foliage, effects, textures, okay. Okay. And the... No, I don't want frame generation. Where's the quality setting or whatever? The quality performance setting, whatever. Oh, motion blur. Oh, I just highlighted it. I turned it off. Motion blur is off now. Okay. It was good. All right, gameplay. Oh, where it says auto? I thought so too, but it didn't work. Sorry, 1 second. It was adjusting the video for me. Oh, I'm at, there we go. Okay. We want quality. I was looking at frame generation. I'm a dip. Subtitles on, tutorials on. Okay, sounds good. All right, we'll leave everything else on. Let's go. Oh, sweet dreams. Normal difficulty. Carefully tailored for a balanced survival of thrills. Okay. Hard night, I want to experience pain. Sleep demon, I want to experience agony. Well, there you go, guys. We're doing normal, but you can do whatever. Investigation difficulty. Oh, breezy or brainy. Important information is highlighted in documents in the investigation space of evidence. Icons have matching symbols to help you identify connections. Puzzles are otherwise unchanged. Oh yeah, just breezy. Breezy's fine. For a sponsored stream, let's do breezy. The game may be a bit loud. Okay, I turned it down a bit. Turn it down a scotch. Breezy basically just highlights the relevant text for puzzle solving. That's good. That's good. I don't mind that. So who loves shader compiling? I do. Oh. While we're compiling shaders, we can read the blurb. There we go. Okay. Set in the roaring 20s, The Sinking City 2 is a survival horror steeped in Lovecraftian dread. Defy an eldritch deity and explore the drowned alleys of Arkham, stalked by the dead as you weigh one life against an entire city. This game came out 4 days ago. Developed and published by Frogwares, who are also the sponsors of the stream. Thank you so much. It is $49.99 on Steam for the standard edition. You can get a deluxe or a premium edition. There you go. I'm the face of the man, the man thing. I'm determined to get the jargon of this German bourbon blurbin. is that Schitt's Creek? Oh, BoJack! That's right, BoJack Horseman. That's what it was. Yeah, yeah. He keeps. Wasn't it? Todd becomes the spokesperson, right? You tried BoJack, you don't get it? I love it personally. It's probably one of my favorite shows, maybe ever. But I can see how it's not for everyone. I can absolutely see that. But there's just so many identifying like things that I see myself in BoJack. Like, you know, being a little older, washed up, you know, the self-loathing, the self-sabotage, like all that shit. That hits pretty close, man. You know, being a horse. You look great for 61. Well, thank you, Zvi. Tell me I don't look a day over 50. I would have done this beforehand if I would have known. I'm sorry. Sorry to you and sorry to Frogwares. I didn't know that. I should have known. I should have known there would have been shaders to compile. All right, here we go. And that's our sponsored segment. Thank you for sponsoring today's stream. The game is compiling shaders by Frogwares. Is she gonna make the cigarette smoking sound that I hate? No? Okay. You know that sound in video games that they make that when they take an inhale and they go like super loud?
Is this seat taken?
Who's asking?
A handsome stranger.
Dime a dozen.
Sorry I'm late.
Did you get it? Was there any trouble?
I never get in trouble.
You get in trouble all the time.
Right. Well, I'm working on it.
No, you're not.
No. But tell me about your meet. Did our mutual friend show?
Yes, and she claims to be selling the doll chance.
He's got hand tattoos. He's a badass.
That if she pulled the same ruse she tried last time, I would come down on her with a fiery wrath, the likes of which she had never seen before. What? Too much?
Faye Adelaide Bennett.
Oh,
Calvin.
shit. He's doing
Will
it.
you contact a god with me?
The Book of Dreaming, you did get it. Oh, you have some nerve getting on one knee. You're lucky to walk out of this room alive after a stunt like that.
Sorry, baby. We've got visitors.
Trouble?
Oh, no. Probably after someone else.
Calvin Rafferty, freeze!
What are the odds? There's another Calvin Rafferty here.
Get going. I'll meet you at home. Love you.
Love you too.
You killed her, Calvin.
Faye?
You killed her. It's your fault. She's not coming back. You're an
Alabama Johnson, Oklahoma James, Louisiana Smith. I love it.
I'm sorry.
We named the dog California.
No! You killed her. It's your fault. She's not coming back.
Kinky. I like it. Just started one by left. This is the prologue. Not even taking control of the character yet.
Good morning, beautiful. How did you sleep? I actually, dreamt about you. Are you dreaming of me?
Normal difficulty. With breezy puzzles.
I don't know if I'm doing any of this right, Faye, but I'm trying. I'm really trying. I miss you.
Oh, Juke, I might have if I wasn't being sponsored. I don't want it to be like a slog. But so since it's a sponsor, I want to show off content.
Let me take off the nightshade. I'll need to borrow it again today, if that's all right.
That was anticlimactic. I thought she was going to be hideous under there. Oh, wait. Wash my face or her face? Probably hers.
So, I do have some good news I found it, Faye. The last piece of the puzzle. A way to wake you up.
I will give you eye drops.
What we need is at the university's library annex. It's a book called Recitations of the Tenebrous Soul. And no, I don't know what that means.
I will feed you a tonic.
But there's a ritual in it named the Call.
It's thick.
It's supposed to return a spirit to its body. I can use it with the dagger to bring you back. So please just hang on a little longer.
I will bid farewell.
I need to go, darling. But you'll be awake before you know it. Love you. Don't worry. I'll be careful.
Okay. Since this is third person. Yeah.
We just wanted to visit the Dreamlands. But now Faye's in a coma. And I can't remember what happened.
Dear Miss Rafferty, yes, I remember you. Weren't you an associate of my brilliant student, Walter Gilman? Our department has been forced to flee, leaving behind mountains of exciting unfinished work, non-Euclidean calculus and quantum physics, another tragedy of the damn flood for which there remains no satisfying explanation. Now to your question, the mass that formed on Ms. Bennett's face after visiting the Dreamlands, it must be the Nightshade. I know only of it by ancient reputation, for it is said to possess rare and occult properties, though why it appears is unclear. Supposedly, it channels embedded power to whomever bears it and reacts in the presence of occult artifacts. The Nightshade is energized by contact with the recipient, so ensure it is on the sleeper's face for several hours a day. A depleted shade will become unusable. Final note: though I respect your commitment to your task, Mr. Rafferty, please heed the warnings and evacuate Arkham while you still can. Professor Upham, Miskatonic University, August 15th, 1929. Excerpt from the Dream Realm. While their body remains in our world, their ethereal form, the very essence of their being, is trapped in a dream similar to a coma. To preserve the sleeper's physical health, it is essentially to remain well-fed and hydrated. It is said that there is a ritual to return a wandering spirit whence it came. The necessary incantation is transcribed in a volume known as Recitation of the Tenebrous Soul. The words must be chanted while in close proximity to the sleeping body. A gift of blood is required for the rite, preferably from someone who shares a strong bond with the dreamer. Ideally, the dagger used for this offering originated in the Dreamlands, such as Ulthkendor, the Blade of Ulthar, as it markedly increases the potency of the call. It also cleans pores and removes blackheads.
Ulthkendor, the Blade of Ulthar. I'll need this dagger to bring Faye back.
Okay. I'll just leave it here, open, unlocked, you know. Good security. Calvin
Friends
Rafferty
all left the city, or worse. Now it's only us.
Faye Bennett, W. Gilman, J.H. Armitage, F.T. Ashley, Dr. Morgan. Mr. Rafferty, this is the last time we shall endure the ungodly racket you made with that unmarried woman. The walls were shaking and her moans were depraved. Yes, you are entitled to your own pursuits, but occult chanting, flashing lights, and pungent odors, no decent folk dabble in such things. Next time we shall alert the authorities. May the Lord have mercy on you. Scribbled by Faye in margins. Back by dusk. Love you.
can't risk any uninvited guests. Everything was a joy with you, Faye. Even the flood.
So in the 20s, they really had to stage this picture. Like, man, the effort it took to get that photograph, holy shit.
Damn thing has been burning for 3 months straight. Still have all our gear ready for the next adventure.
Last night's walk, wish you were here.
Always had such vivid dreams.
Oh, it's a dream. Dream walk, okay. Restricted section inventory. Partial inventory of the Miskatonic Library Annex restricted section. Dr. Vermis Mysterious, Necronomicon of Abdul Al-Hazred. Missing, presumed stolen. Recitations of the Tenebrous Soul. Narcotic manuscripts not available to students or the public. The People of the Monolith, the Memoranda of the Miskatonic Cthulhian Society, Traité des Chiffres, Regnum Congo, illustrated by DeBry Brothers, a treatise on astrology, Unersprechlichen Kulten, not available to students. I apologize thoroughly for anyone who speaks any of those languages that I was butchering. To the French and German speakers, I am sorry.
The Miskatonic Library Annex isn't far.
That's it. The tower. Signing off by Sam Tranch, September 21st, 1929. With a heavy heart, dear reader, we at the Arkham Chronicle must announce that this is our final issue. The waters, relentless and unyielding, have claimed the streets, and yesterday our city was officially declared lost by acting mayor. Last month, Massachusetts Governor Randall Yates' startling proclamation drew outrage. Today it seemed darkly prescient. And so Arkham sinks, taking with it its cosmopolitan splendor and unparalleled culture. The esteemed institutions of Achille Memorial Hospital and Miskatonic University once stood as beacons of knowledge and progress, but are now left to ruin. And what of our tamed fish market, a bustling showcase of the state's freshest and most unique produce? The losses are unfathomable. Farewell, Arkham, pearl of the Miskatonic. May its proud citizens, now scattered and sodden, always carry the memory of our beautiful city. Air raid, freshmen.
Attention, citizens of Arkham. This is your final notice. All remaining residents must proceed immediately to the nearest evacuation zone. The last vessels are preparing to depart. There will be no further patrols, supplies, or rescue. Evacuate now. Arkham is
The water rises a little more every day.
You motorboating son of a bitch. Oh.
All right. Get to the annex, get the book, get back to Faye. Easy enough.
Her journals, her paintings. I promised I'd keep them.
Can't evacuate yet. Not before I save her.
There, that's the tower I'm going to, that bell tower. Oh, look, there we go.
The Slither. Foul worms that arrived with the flood. Now they're everywhere.
Can I get out? Nope. Okay. Yeah, bumping your elbow. I bet you. He's got bruised elbows from leaning back too far and having that thing that's spinning around just bash his fucking elbows.
Harry, open the gate. Harry?
Don't tell me he left too. Guess I'll have to open it myself.
Okay. I will do that. Nope, not that way. Maybe... Oh, there we go. Oh, I got my gun out. Action time. And they gave me some tips. They said, learn to use the dodge. Stomp melee is powerful. Use it over bullets when you can. So, we're gonna be stomping. Archimedes Village 1929. Canceled due to flood. Beware of slither infection. Do not touch worms or wounds. Do not swim in floodwaters. Authorized by Massachusetts Board of Health.
Oh no. Harry.
Harry, no! Oh, hold on.
Ah, damn it. Now what?
We gotta solve a fuse puzzle. Oh, don't have any items. Okay. Harry, where'd you put the fuses, Harry? Oh, he left the kettle on, too.
What? What is happening?
Yeah.
These are our things. How?
Save rooms can be used to manually save and stash excess items. Ah, okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, that might be why the difficulty changes. You might have to find like records or whatever to save if you go on a higher difficulty, I'm guessing. But this looks like you can just save whenever, which is wonderful.
Huh. And now I'm back.
You can save whenever? Okay, cool. September 18, 1929. Dear Harry, thanks again for the tea. Ava swears it's eased her head like nothing else. Bertram from the fire station stopped by fretting over the floodgate panel. The wiring's a mess. I fitted in some renewable fuses meant for radios, but they'll do for now. They blow quick, though. If it happens on your watch, just pop across the street to my shop. I have spares. I booked boat tickets for Ava and the boy. Providence will be safer ground. A weight off my shoulders, truly. See you soon, my friend. Algernon. Now, I know this is like a made-up place, but is it? It's east, must be like East Coast United States. Okay, so it's in fake Massachusetts then. Okay. Or it's, excuse me, a made-up city in Massachusetts, in real Massachusetts.
Hello?
Wow. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna bust on in. Oh, my boy, I dare not speak this aloud. Your mother would never permit it. You know the tale by heart, so the numbers will come easy. My proudest, most miraculous moment. Take what you find. It isn't much, but it may mean survival. Your mother cannot make the climb, and only you are strong enough. Keep her close and guard her well. If fate is kind, I'll catch the next boat. Dad. You know the tale by heart, so the numbers will come easy. My proudest, most miraculous moment. Okay, so look for like a newspaper clipping or something. Something like something on the wall. A hole-in-one shot. I didn't see anything to interact with.
Nah, they're in my way.
Ah! Right trigger to stomp. Ow, my foot!
Everyone left in a hurry.
Well, that next room looks like a jump down, so if I can solve this before I jump down, I would like that. Unless, of course, you have to jump down and then you come back to this place. Okay.
Down we go.
Yes, I finished both games yesterday. I finished the... Well, I don't want to talk about other games while I'm playing this game. Metal scrap. Bolts and plates and... nothing... No such thing as junk. Just metal waiting to fulfill its purpose. But yes, I did finish 2 games yesterday. Gate fuses and wires. Gene, I forgot to tell Harry about the electrical panel. Tell him that he has to use the fuses as connectors. They should link wires of the same color. If he mixes them up, nothing will work, and the gates are vital for regulating evacuations. If I don't see you again, I want to tell you that you have to believe in yourself. You're made for the stage. When I saw you dancing and singing in the rain, laughing at the dark clouds above your head, you have such joy and spirit. Don't waste it. Best, Algernon. I wonder if this guy has flowers.
Made everything
Chemicals. Baking for the right recipe. Okay, mix carefully. Last fella did it wrong. Now he glows in the dark and speaks Latin backwards.
Stable.
From a sister, dear Algernon, of course Ava and little Martin stay with us. We always find a way. Has it truly been 21 years since you opened the shop? You were so proud that day. The same day you met your would-be wife. A miracle, plain and simple. 21 years ago. All right. There we go. Get my pen and my paper out. There you go. 21 years ago. We've settled now on Barnes Street in Providence. Our neighbor across the way, Mr. Lovecraft, is a quiet sort. Writes all day and hardly moves. And best of all, the ground floor spares Ava the climb. Please don't tarry. I'll be waiting at the window, like the sisters in the stories we used to tell, watching the clouds, counting the hours. With love, always your sister, Anna. Give me the fuses. There they go. Oh. Shit! We got graboids!
Disgusting.
Hi, friends. Thanks for the raid.
Hey.
Go get your hair did, sweetheart. I gotta stomp some worm-infested corpses real quick.
Hey, no. No. Stay back, or I'll shoot. Ah, hell.
Oh my God!
What's that?
He's getting up. Okay. I need some sort of indication as to when this shop opened. I'm not going out there yet. Oh, wait. Am I? Not yet. No! What? No! Sorry, there was a door I didn't take. I'm gonna take that door. Oh, no. Went backward. Went backwards.
Huh. And now I'm back.
Wait a minute, hold on. It said this plus Y will bring up the investigation space. There we go. Okay. Okay. really didn't explore around very much, did I? Oh, look.
There's the annex. Hello?
Can I get chemicals in here? I got them over here.
They're in my way. Everyone left in a hurry. Down we go.
Gunpowder. Oh yeah, this door. I didn't go out this door. Oh, I just opened. Oh, okay. I see what that door is now. I like the game so far. It's great. Also, thank you to to the sponsors of today's stream, Frogwares, for sponsoring today's stream. The Sinking City 2 is available now on all the platforms you enjoy, Xbox and Steam and PlayStation and stuff like that. Thank you, Scott, for putting that in the chat.
Floods made everything unstable.
Okay.
Stay back, or I'll shoot.
Ah, hell.
Stompies! Stompies! Big stompies! Big stompies! 2 more. Yeah, the stomp is very reminiscent of our boy Isaac from Dead Space.
What's going on? How are they?
There we go. There's the dodge. Stop him! Get him! Y'all dead? Y'all dead? Okay. Hey Z, thanks for clicking that link. My girlfriend took me back and I found $100 on my couch. Oh my God. I don't know if it's thanks to clicking that link, but I'm sure it didn't hurt.
Never seen a slither puppet the dead before. That's not good.
Only good worm is a dead worm. There we go. It sounds like there's more of them. It certainly sounds super wet out here. Oh, there it is! Allen Radio Store since 1908. Let's go. And Doloricide. Doloricide pills. Harold Melville's Doloricide restores a small amount of health. Okay. Doloricide was all I had left. I gave her twice the dosage. It wouldn't cure her, obviously, but if she could hold on until we got out of the city, she might just survive and to get real help. Okay. Okay. But I think I'm good. I have 4 out of 4 hearts. Joseph, thank you for the gifted subs. Oh, God. Now, see here. Damn it.
Damn words.
Okay. No! There we go. And they're everywhere. Okay, so we go back up to the place, put the fuses in, and get the hell out of here. There we go. There we go. Am I missing 2 of them? Oh, that gray one doesn't go anywhere. Okay.
Done. Power's on.
There we go. Would you mind hitting on a missable mechanic? I doubt you would restart or missing this like some people, but regardless, it should be verify or something. Yeah, I verified the correct... oh, it's a different thing. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Lenti. Be my guest. What is the missable mechanic that I missed? Probably.
Good. Back to the boat.
Whoops. You can link clues to get some bonus. Once you're past some story points, you get new investigations, so you do not link existing ones, the bonus is gone. Ah. Okay. Okay. I see now. So make sure you connect all the dots available to get bonus points.
They're everywhere.
No, let me move. Let me skip on by. Can you come out the window? Nope. Stupid zombie can't even use the window.
Arkham's got worse. I need to get to the annex, then get out. Just a little longer, Faye.
Yeah, while we're doing this sponsor stream, don't forget to vote on the next game, or the, I suppose, the first game of the Indie Saturday. We got a nice long list of games for you to choose from, so vote for your favorite or favorites.
What's going on?
How does one heal? One heals like so. Just like that.
Gotta get this gate open.
You look in your inventory, you take some pills, some random pills you found in an apartment. Yeah. All right, Arkham 1929. I have no time to write. I'm leaving Arkham. Monsters roam these streets. People are dying. The sky is falling. It's the end of the world. I am scared for my life. Even the dead walk amongst the living once more. My family took our valuables and cats. I made sure everything was already taken. Death awaits those who stay here. Any fool who comes here signs their death. The gods have abandoned us, and our prayers go unheard. Holy shit!
There's too many of them.
Time for a jump! It's got to be legally distinct.
Something's gone very wrong, very fast.
Soundtrack by Bon Williams. There we go. Good place to dock. Oh, no running. No running. It's too wet to run here, guys. Unsafe. Oh no! We have to breathe!
Mr. Rafferty, what are you doing here?
I was just... Miss Bennett. Couldn't I ask you the same thing?
A gentleman doesn't question a lady's presence. He merely appreciates it.
Well, a lady doesn't often turn up in the restricted annex of the library during a fundraiser.
Oh, one can easily get lost on the way to the restroom. But you, Mr. Rafferty...
Please. Call me Calvin.
You appear to have arrived with nefarious intent. Perhaps I should yell for assistance.
Well, Miss Bennett...
Faye.
Faye? Go ahead. I think the university would love to know what I found you reading.
What I'm reading?
Spare me. Is that really one of the Narcotic manuscripts?
I think, technically, it's a copy.
I wouldn't have picked you for the occultist type.
I've spent most of my life finding things that others have tried to hide. And you?
I always figured the world was too large and too odd to be fully understood, and that all those who tried had their work locked away in places like this. So, have you acquired anything of note?
Darling, You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Yeah, Indiana Jones was in his 20s during this. He was born in 1899. According to Google.
Well then, Calvin, come on up.
Nothing comes between me and my Calvins. Oh my god, that's an old campaign.
The hell was that thing? Why is it aimed at me? Well, cross that bridge later. I need to find the book.
Alright, find the ritual book in the annex. More handgun ammo, always good. Yeah. More fuses.
What was that?
That sounded wet and sloopy. Sloppy. No, I walked in here and I was half expecting a banner to say, "Welcome, Leon." Oh, another map? Sure.
All right, so the restricted section was upstairs. Ah, an emergency relief crate. Must be something useful inside.
Oh, what do I need for that? I don't get it. Flashlight, thank you. Well, that guy looks...
They fed the slither here like cattle.
Gross.
But why?
Lost Letters Dominion. I saw it. I saw it violate his corpse. Gods, it sang through his teeth. I locked the door, but it seeped through the cracks. I scratched a sign into the walls. I begged my bloodline to let it pass by. But it found me, called me by my name, student, seeker, dominion. It split my thoughts like wet pages, yet I understand now. Not I, we. I am the host is me, and I becomes we. Oops. Come on.
These people are sick.
The rule of science must be observed in the library of Miskatonic University. Or silence, not science. Oh, that wasn't enough? Shh. This is a library. I better take some, better take some pills. I got a couple of them. There we go. How do I feel? Better? What happens if you let them tentacle your face? You know what? That's a good question. If we find a safe spot, I will let one of them tentacle my face to see what happens. Oh, there we go. There's an autosave right there. So the next thing, I will let it tentacle my face.
The annex, where I fell in love with Faye. The book should be up there.
More pills. Grabbing pills. Oh. Internal memorandum. Following recent trespasses, new containment protocols are now in effect for the restricted section. The sliding shelves will regulate access with authorized personnel to receive individual instructions. Tampering with the mechanism without clearance will result in disciplinary action and immediate quarantine. Professor C. Geller, head librarian. Sounds like there's one locked in there. Oh, good Lord! Okay, tentacle! Tentacle my face! Oh! Oh no! Oh, it just really hurts. Okay. Ow! That was a cool little 2-for-1 I got there. Okay, there you go. Healing herbs. Bundle of dried medicinal plants, potent when processed, useless when chewed. Tastes like the grape, fixes everything once you boil the madness out. Okay, so I gotta... process those, I suppose.
Someone must have lived here, or still does.
Maybe. Get those worms! Get out of there! More worms! There you go. Okay. So I have to do this first. Get everything moving. Get that. Get that cinematic. Yeah, there we go. All right. Come on, this way. Yep, this way. Good job. Ah, you prick! Ah! Get off me, bitch! Miss me! Oh, that's the wrong one! That's a new death. Oh my god, it put worms down my gullet. Oh, that was cool. That was worth seeing. I like that. Okay. So you do have to kill the zombies that are down below it with you. Okay. I thought there was another healing thing down here, but maybe I was wrong.
Someone must have lived here,
or still
does.
Eh? There we go. Now we took care of him, I think. All right, good. And now this guy. Oh, you prick. Oh, shot him midair. Yeah. Gotta be a more efficient way of taking these worms out. What? Yeah, I was gonna say. Where's your thingy?
Hope that's the last of them.
There you go. Give me the weakness thingy. There. It isn't the last of them. I can guarantee you, sir. We've just started playing this game. Speaking of, this game is available now. It's the Sinking City 2. Sponsored by Frogwares. Thank you very much for sponsoring today's stream. It's available on all your platforms for all your platform enjoyment. It's on the Steams and the Xboxes. And the PlayStations and the GOGs. If that's your flavor. So I close that one. I move this guy back. There we go. Now I can get through.
Finally.
No. Oh, you asshole! Don't say finally. You know how much I hate that. Oh, the book is causing this. Okay. Klaatu! Barada! Necktie! Wait, Klaatu? Barada? No! I said it! My God. Jughead, what are you doing with Veronica? No. Thanks, Don Cheadle. Alright, there we go. Auto save. Find the source of the noise. Here I come. Never mind, I'm not going that way. Screw you. Try rocking back and forth, it helps me. Sounds like you're really struggling in there.
Oh, what kind of plant is that?
Ugh. Yeah, there you go. I don't know if that helps or whatever, but makes me feel better. Happy Saturday to you there, Shockmaster Michael. We got about another 40 minutes left on this sponsor stream, so get those votes in for the next game of Indie Saturday. Who does number 2 work for? Cannot be used raw. Okay. I can craft rounds and shells. Wow. Man, these survival horror games certainly love their small inventories.
Don't shoot. I am human. I am alive.
Put up your hands.
Yes, yes. Of course.
Now wave them like you just don't care.
Corentin. What's your name?
Calvin. Turn around. Real slow.
Calvin, I have made some improvements. But I assure you, all is well.
How are you? The worms only inhabit the dead.
I severed my eyes from the nerve. And as they died in their sockets, I introduced the slither. They accepted me and lifted the veil. Now, alien and arcane worlds of old sing to me from the page. As a translator, it has been absolutely...
No. What is this? What are you up to?
Wait, don't. I told you.
I just got a book that needs translating, and lo and behold, here you are. How does that happen?
You're at a library. Where else could I be? Call it divine providence. Please, I can help you. I know more than any man has ever known.
Sure, I'll trust you, Worm-Eye guy.
All right. There's a ritual in here for resurrection. But it's all symbols, a language I've never seen. I need to know what to say.
Yes. But I will need something in return.
Visine? Lots
I
of
need
it?
you to fetch someone from the Devil's Reef Hotel. They held a lavish gala recently. Bring me the guest of honor. She's stuck there. Listen for the siren. You can take my boat. When you return, I shall have your translation.
Fine. I'll save her. But don't you go anywhere.
I am right where I want to be.
Okay. Oh, okay. They showed hand. Okay. All right.
Her name is Lorelei. And trust me, you can't miss her.
Lorelei with... Wait, Lorelei with the tentacle eyes? ERC user manual. Congratulations on receiving your emergency relief crate. Commissioned by for deserving citizens in times of urban disaster, each ERC is designed for maximum resilience and fitted with a patented dissolver lock to deter unauthorized access. Important to open the container and insert an ERC activator pen into the recessed keyhole. The chemical agent will trigger the unlocking process. The key will be consumed during activation. Handwritten note. After the flood and the collapse of Arkham civil infrastructure, many ERC units remain unopened and scattered throughout the city. Try and find more. Stay safe. Stay prepared. Well, good. I'm going to put this shit in there. That shit in there. That shit in there. And that shit in there. There. That freed up 4 slots.
Well,
now I can have the activator pen.
Did you just go?
Ah, the locked door is now open. Okay. I see. Voss's compensator. Weighted handgun muzzle for unerring aim in intense moments. Steady the world, then your breath, and your shot will follow.
Come in handy.
Yeesh. You guys wanted to take a real big chunk out of me.
I lost you for a minute there.
Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing less weapon sway then, which is cool. Oh, left bumper to look.
Devil's Reef Hotel. It's on the other side of the city.
Okay. Got a long boat trip ahead. Hope everybody brought a snack. Oh my god, yes. Nope, don't eat the bullets, please. Thank you, Alan Kane. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting a sub to Who Does Number 2 Work For and Bout Time. Joseph Morano with the 10 gifties. Thank you all so much. I was gonna try and crash through there. Okay. I think I'm going backwards now. No, we were talking about that engine that's on the back there. You lean back too far. You're like, ow, my elbow. Oh God, right on my funny bone. Ah, Jesus, shit. Yes, this game has Eldritch Horrors in it. Yes, indeed it does. There was a talking point that dealt with what you just asked. Third-person survival horror game set in Lovecraftian 1920s United States. A new story, main character. You don't need to play the first one to play this one. I think it said something about being like a semi-open world. Oops. Maybe not completely open, but yeah. I mean, survival horror, like you open up different parts of the city and stuff. Oh, it was already dead.
The trap still work?
Oh, there's a trap. Oh man. I wasted a bullet. Okay, watch out for the traps on the ground. Okay. None of that. No, I can't break that. Careful. Careful. There's one. Oh, church key. There we go. Iron key engraved with esoteric religious shapes, figures, blah, blah. Well, I didn't see that one, damn it. Okay, not that one. Yeah, I got both of you bitches. Nah, nah, nah. There you go. Yeah. There we go.
Who do they worship here?
Probably close it, lock it. A call upon believers. Faithful, you are saved. When the flood drowned the unbelievers, the spirit of the star revealed its eternal grace. Trapped beyond the veil by mortal cruelty, it pleads for its liberation. To those who reach and free it, it promises a new life away from this doomed place. Free it, free the spirit of the star from its blasphemous prison. Release the trident from its lofty poison or prison, and deliver it unto the star's shrine. Invoke its jailers from the depths to the heights, so as to cast them out. Catilla, Gir, Sognar, Yig, bear witness to the star's gaze as it breaks shackles and frees its weapon. Then return the blessed trident to the highest tower. Only then shall the way open and the silence be broken. Okay. Nope. No, I've never read any Lovecraft either. Never read it, but I've definitely played a lot in his universe. Origins of the Redemption Church, an extract from the history of the church. Built in the year 1667, the Redemption Church was long distinguished by its bell, famed for its peculiar, profoundly deep tone. Its chime carried farther than expected, lingering in the air with a weight that parishioners often described as both solemn and unforgettable. Love couldn't stay. The flood was ceaseless, and now creatures arise. If you made it here, take heed. I found something new amid the chaos. Eerie crystals brightly glowing. Touched one and saw dreams that were not mine. Felt stronger, sharper afterwards. I call them dream essence. Don't know if they're from the flood, but they change you. Left some for you. Use them to strengthen yourself and get out of here. Find me in Kingsport, and I'll be waiting. Hey.
They feel powerful.
Oh, here we go. Reload weapon, okay. Inflict a little more harm for a few seconds after you swap weapons. Take a little less harm for every healing item carried, up to a maximum of 5. Oh, they take 2. Okay. A little less harm from humanoids. That sounds like a good one to have. Strike a little harder when your flashlight is off. Sure. Okay. Good enough. Hold up. I'm not done exploring the church yet. You guys, that's a lock?
Arkham, you're tuned into the only dry station in this sinking city. The Ark, with me, Mushroom Jack. Now, how about a love story?
How about it?
Sean and Mercy were besotted and set to become the new Mr. and Mrs. Watson. Their joy for each other remained intact, even through wedding planning. So it was especially cruel that fortune would steal Sean from Mercy's arms, a month before their big day. An act of God, a lightning bolt, and Sean dropped dead. Her grief was immense, and she wept from the moment it happened to the moment he was buried. Now, imagine my surprise when a month later, I read of their marriage in the Sentinel. I assumed an error, but when I saw the photo, my blood ran cold. The groom was in a smart black suit, but the bride was in a dirtied gown, her lips upon his rotten cheek. Yet Mercy's eyes were as bright as Sean's.
Oh, she dug him up.
For despite everything, they were together. And you know what? Maybe he was smiling too.
Mm-hmm. Ah, come on. All these locked doors. Oh, look at that thing. Does stomping worms actually, like, prevent, like, corpses from being animated ever? Or am I just stomping them just to stomp them? Just because I like it. Whoever keeps opening the passage to everyone and his dog, the gate is there for a reason. I'm locking the lever up. From now on, nobody's going through unchecked. P.S. Seb, in case you forgot the number, it's the year of the bell. Oh, I see. Okay. 1667. Okay. That's not right. Okay, so the bell clues connect. But why am I not getting the thing? There must be more bell clues I didn't get. I will take the star key, thank you. I will take the metal scrap, thank you. I'm locking the lever up. From now on, nobody's getting through unchecked. Set begins with the number. It's the year of the bell. Year built in the year 1667. Oh, am I in the wrong line? I'm guessing I need to go up to the bell at some point, or to maybe figure this out. Oh, you have completed. Welcome to Arkham. Okay. I have Eldritch points. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, it says Year of the Bell. Oh, the church was built in the year 1667. Maybe the bell was built later? Maybe it's the year of the bell end. I get any of them? Nope. There we go. Drink please. I am blind deaf, eyes always aware, they all watch. One day they might look, please they might see me. The above is a transcription made by Sister Lenore after, per your suggestion, she and Sister Penumbrae placed a pen in your father's remaining hand and recorded his writing. Indeed, it would seem that relentless torment heightens the ability to act as a conduit for observing the old ones. You can expect a report on the effects of burning his flesh anon. Respectfully, Watkinsong. Oh. No! I should probably... Yeah, I can take that. Yeah, get a little health. Sure. Notes on the path. Stand resolute before the star's gaze, meaning stay still not think of the storm or something deeper? Am I failing now just by doubting this? The priest says the penitent will be rewarded with a new life. I may forget the city. I may see again I must hold on. 3 times the star will gaze. 3. If I flinch, I will be forsaken or die like an infidel. The star will see my faith. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, you have to equip him. I'm a big dumb dummy. Oops. Well, I equipped him now. We're good. Alright, upstairs. Use this starfish key. Stays in my inventory.
That's not what I expected.
A metal rod crafted in ancient design. Its 3 tips are dull as if awaiting the touch of divinity. Free it! Free the spirit of the star from its blasphemous prison. Report on the bell. The bell has been reinstalled as ordered, though it was challenging to wire the apparatus. I'm pleased to report that there is not a scratch on it. The bell is as old as it is exquisite. The metalwork surpasses anything I've ever seen. No surprise that the church, after the church was built, it took another half-decade to craft and install the bell. Aha! So, that's 1711... 1717? No, that can't be right. There we go. So yeah, 50 plus 67 is... Yeah, 1717. I'm pretty sure. Fuck. I hate doing math in front of you guys. Oh, not half a century, half a decade. Oh, so 5 years. Half a decade, okay. So it'll be 1672. There we go. Hey, where'd you come from? Really? Okay. made it out of there relatively unscathed. Oh, that thing takes up 2 fucking spots, man. That's a lot of room. Oh, rotate. There we go. Okay. Invoke its jailers from the depths to the heights. From the depths to the heights. So from the bottom to the top, it goes Catalia or Catilla. Grr. Sog. And Yig. Oh, nope. Stand resolute before the stars gaze. 3 times the star will gaze. Okay. But I don't know their symbols yet. We all have monsters. Have you tamed yours? My legacy is a testament to my willpower. May those who follow read a favor. Oh, I bet something's in here. Oh, the star key. Oh, damn it. Okay, so this does eliminate items you don't need, I bet. No, not there, you dummy. Ah, come on, man. You know what? I'm gonna do it again. Okay, one more time. Oh. These are my last words. They took my robes, but they could not take the truth. They kneel before the star, thinking it will grant them paradise, or better yet, take them back to the flood before the flood began, or flood happened. Fools! It was never a god, only a hunger, a thing we slew and bound beyond the veil with blade and storm. The trident was the key to the prison, locked away to keep it from ever reaching us again. The dagger sealed the wound, but it whispers, it calls, and now the fools listen. I've heard such whispers before in the chants of those who bow to the deep. In other parts of the city, one hunger, many masks. One by one they vanish, kneeling in devotion to go where? No one knows. Do not descend. Do not answer to its whispers. Take what it offers and leave. And leave. Make like a tree and leave. Get back here, you ugly bastard! Not that far! Wait a minute. Okay. Let me grab the key first. Well. Oh, no! Come on, man. Gimme. Fragment of piezoelectric mineral, cold and smoky as if congealed from the gloaming itself, used to recharge the nightshade. Oh, new recipe. Night Ore energizes the nightshade, which will revive Calvin if he suffers a fatal blow. Is a one-off revive when Calvin suffers a fatal blow. Recharges ability using Night Ore. Find Night Ore in Arkham and make your own on the crafting screen. At certain moments, Calvin will also wear the nightshade to perceive reality differently. Oh, wait, I gotta put the trident so I can free up 2 inventory slots. Since I only have... Ah, damn it! Since I only have 6 of them. Nope. No. Move up! There you go. Okay, now we can use the star key. Get in there. There we go. And it's gone. Good. Okay. Printing plate C, a peculiar double-sided printing plate with 3 movable pieces, each engraved in a hypnotic pattern. Oh. Letter to boss. Walter, I went in to the printing house for the latest weird wonders. I love Rex Banion's adventures. Always gives a hiding to those horrors from beyond. I found a weird silver plate, real fancy. Wonder what they print with it. It's got to be worth something. I wanted to loot the place clean like Rex and the Crimson Idol of Saturn, but some creatures appeared. Remember the talk of wildebeests or wildebeests? I thought the boys were just letting their imagination run wild, but then they started spitting. Cecil panicked and the whole thing went to hell. Had to skip out. Manny. Aha, the first vision. Here we go. There's the clue that we've been looking for. And lo, as I knelt in the flood shadow, the star spoke to me, its voice a whisper of waves and thunder. Behold, it said, to those who bound me, their marks remain, their betrayal eternal. And I saw them. The rhombic spearhead of Gur. Rhombus. The crooked cross of Sognar. Cross. The serpent form of Yig, and the splayed womb of Cthulhu. And above all the trident, waiting for the star's gaze to be blessed and lead the way to its light. Break their hold, said the star, and I shall be free again. And I forgot my fucking pen. I forgot my acid pen to open that treasure. Yep, it's almost time. I really just want to do that puzzle. Whoops. Come here. And I hit myself with it. God damn it. Trying to get him to go into that trap, and I got myself. Stupid.
More space.
Yes! 2 more slots for inventory. Oh my god. It's so beautiful. Okay, so from the bottom to the top, it's the... Oops. I'm guessing that's the womb. The rhombus, the cross, and the serpent.
Should be charged now.
Lightning imbued trident. A metal trident that was struck by lightning. It's buzzing oddly as if imbued with strange energy. Oh, the 3 times the star will gaze. 3. If I flinch, I will be forsaken or die like an infidel. There we go. Hold on 1 second. Let me get a save in here. And then I think we put this in the church. That thing up there. Nope. Nope. Okay. I guess I don't remember what to do with this. Or don't know what to do with it. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, that's going to do it for this game and today's sponsored stream. Let me just give it one more save. There we go. All right, The Sinking City available now. Give it a look. Check it out. It's available on all the platforms, minus the one. Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, GOG, and Epic. It's on all of them. So Check it out now. Thank you very much to Frogwares for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate you. All right. Let's do some more indies, baby. Which one is it missing on? Switch. I'm just Nintendo Switch. But that's pretty, you know, standard. Okay, let's see.
I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob.
There's your random one. All right. Unalert the mutes. It's time to get back to the if then and the indie days. How close are we to the goal? It looks like we are pretty close. 33 subs left before we hit that sub goal. We're almost there. I wanted to thank you, Joseph Morano, about an hour ago. You gifted out 10 subs to Limp Disc, Akuhiwi, Sal071389, Awfully Nice, Score Paws, Deji's Kwangoku, Super Dragon, Mike No Hales, and Murmutaja. Thanks for that. Vile also with 133 months. He-Mance with 123. Kelvar with 9, and Alan Kane with 9 as well. Thank you guys. Oh, you got an image from there? Oh, Co-Carnage. We have to get out of here. This is Bat Country. Oh my God. There's a gravestone with Co-Carnage's fucking name on it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. God, I wish people would stop sucking his ass. Anyway, what am I saying? What am I saying? All right. We'll turn the ads back on. Close that window. Close that window. And back to the poll. Holy shit. Vincent with 20 more gifted subs. Thank you, Vincent. Vincent subs going out to Crux Eternus, Void Rattling, C3 Cooley, UT Panthero, Two Smoke, Cheeky Monkey, Jankovic, Nameless One, the BBP, Nose Gaming DK, Ket 1, Rap Scallion, Lord Azrael 78, Kelamo, Kelamo, I Win, some Kanji, Duder Code, Number Cruncher, Landscape, and Glorious Food, Smarty Pants, or excuse me, Sparty Parties. Wow, Smarty Pants, where the fuck that come from? Sparty Parties, thank you for the 3 months. Mr. Jojo with 79. Papega Man on top of that with 10 more gifted subs to Kyushins, It's Ricks 3, BN Conero 83, Weenis, Wizmander, Meatbags, Prudence 9, Arcade Trinity, Yogston, and Tanrock.
Hail Berserkers!
All right, what do you think about the game? It's great. It's really great. It's very, very much like, since we're off the sponsor portion, like, it's very much Resident Evil and Resident Evil Silent Hill. It controls and plays just like those. So if you like those, you'll like this. It does have a more like the investigation stuff with the investigation screen and whatnot. It's a little different. Makes it stand out a little bit, but yeah, if you like those other games, you'll like this one, I would imagine. Oh shit, we hit it. We're there. We did it. We're done. 2335. Wow, we way overdid it. Holy shit. Awesome. Thank you guys. Hollow Cryptic gifting out 20 subs to Random Boogeyman, Weber 46, Computer Kaput, Kurogani 1979, Nopi, Sandman PT, Horizon Rising, The Little Red Bird, Carrie Chronic, and Quantum Dan, and then Chef 86 gifting out 20 gifted subs to Brian Christ, Uncle Christopher, Roland Lagoy, Lord Bruno, Elemental 69, Phony, Tin Man 70, Max Mewen, Kerp 220, Nocturnal Flare, Have At You, Rallic 098, You, Me, and the Bourgeoisie, Purple Penguin, J-Mac Ult, Ken Star, Neo Twitch 102, Goat Boy 2004, Bramble M, and Special Agent Squeaky. Mr. Prell with a gifted sub to Zeke's mom. Thank you. Ecstasy with 5 gifted subs to Iridia, Crotty Robot 5, Stagix, Azure Sky, and Cafeteria Freesh.
Hail Berserkers.
All right, what's next? Let's see what you voted on. Looks like 78. 78 for Kotamon. My sis found a super rare. Blah, 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 blah. No,
And
Co.
as they died in their sockets, I introduced the
There you
slither.
go. Oh, this is gonna be a good one, man. It's bundled with Static Dread for a cheaper. So if you own Static Dread, the submarine, you'll get this game for cheaper. Which is fucking weird. What a weird bundle. All right, let's reset the poll. Take Kotamon off. All right. Poll has been reset. Go vote. Let's put the poll back at the top. There we go. Pin the message. Beautiful. Okay. Let's install that madness. And, oh, we got to change the title, right? So got the title here. Give the subs and subs. Perfect. Okay, and there we go. Oh, fuck, I changed it too early. Whoops. There we go. Every time. I wish I would remember my filters. There we go. Okay, we left off at Zwei. Prescribed 6 months. Yep, okay, good. There we go. Just keeping ahead of the spreadsheet here. Perfect. Okay, I think we're good now. And now we... Oh, we got to look up Kotomon. Oh, come on, you stupid fucking browser. Man, Google Chrome has just been shitting the bed lately. There you go. It's all the way fucking across the screen. There you go. The entire title is at the top of the screen. There you go. Badgie, thank you for giving a sub to Hentai Connoisseur. Great name. All right, what is this game? Here we go. Clearing trash can feel even better when you not only make the world cleaner, but also find extra rare cards that have suddenly increased in price. Rummage through garbage, fulfill the orders from the dump site owner, look for hidden treasures, and collect all the Kotamons. This game came out 2 days ago, developed by Kotamota Games, published by Polnock. It's $5.59. This is gonna be a treat. You're welcome, gamers. Enjoy. Do you guys get messages about your clean driving record? Your driving record has been reviewed. See if your rate has dropped. No, I know it's spam. I'm not saying it's not spam. I'm just saying, do you guys get that spam? Because I've gotten 2 from different numbers. Because I blocked and reported one, and then another one just came through, and I blocked and reported that one. It's a new one. All right, what are the settings here? FOV, whatever. Camera smoothing. Boo! Never camera smoothing. I hate it. Okay. New game. Oh, shit. Are we on the right resolution? Collect all the Kodamon cards from Nianchi Crunchy Flakes to win $1 million. No one's found the rarest card so far. No one except my stupid sister Kota. Why stupid? Because she threw it away without a clue. So here we are working at the garbage dump to find Kotalion and the rest of the cards. See those trash heaps? Walk up to one and press E to start collecting. The garbage is collected in your bag until it's full. When full, drop the bag into the trash compactor to earn some cash. Tired? Grab a beer from the vending machine outside. To clean the cards you find or glue their pieces together, interact with the desk in the garage. Need upgrades? Swing by my office. They ain't free, mind you. Clean garbage is boring without music. Let's turn on the radio. Okay. Oh, the radio. Oh, there we go. I mean, right click E, not space. Q. Oh, I gotta get the tape first. No. Okay. She said turn on the radio, not put in the tape. Pile of garbage is being created now. Oh, okay, there we go. How do I know if I got any cards in my pile of trash? Oh, they just pop them out for you. Okay. Oh, not enough energy. Oh. Hey, you guys voted for it. I didn't ask you to vote for this shit. So I've got to get beer every time I want to fucking like, I want to re-energize? Damn. That's rough, dude. No, it says I found a card piece and it throws it, it puts it up at the top there on the counter. Yeah, so I have 3 of 5 pieces. That needs to be a little more forgiving, I think. There we go. There's 4 or 5. Man, fuck you. There we go. Let's glue the card pieces together, right? Yes. I want to do that too. Oh, in here. There we go. Okay. Glue pieces. There we go. Add to collection. Okay. Just having to drink beer every time is... No. It goes faster if I go over there with a beer in my inventory, so I just drink it right away. I don't have to pop it out and drink it. It just drinks it like right away. You can buy 2 at a time. No, I cannot. I drink it. Yeah, drink. Okay. Let me just. I'll show you how this goes. Okay. I drink a beer now. And now my inventory is empty. So you're saying just wait and do 2 at a time? So do this, drink, do this, and then drink. I suppose that might be better. Oh yeah, upgrades, right. No. There we go. Amount of garbage that can fit in the bag. Oh, energy, there we go. Maximum energy a player can have. And amount of energy restored from drinking a beer. Okay. We'll get that right away. Oh, wait. Magnet. Pulls trash in the bag, trash compactor. Oh, pulls trash bags into the trash compactor. Oh, that'd be good. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Why is there beer up here? There we go. HP 36, attack 19. Nemane Kisu. Oh my god, that beer is gonna stay on there. That beer is gonna fucking stay on there, isn't it? God damn it. Throw a bag at it? Okay. Oh, wait. There, I can pick it up. Okay. Oh, her health is her bra size? Oh, that makes sense. Damn it. Oh, there's something back there. Gimme! And what are you? Yeah! Pick it up! Wow, this figurine is so cool. Let's put it on the shelf in the garage. Oh, just anywhere? Right there. There you go. Perfect. How much was that magnet? Less than I have, right? Yeah, 450. There you go. Oh, my head covered in magnet cause it was only 450. Coty, she's the harpy bird. Oh. That magnet is not doing its job. There are whole cards on the ground? Oh, hey, look. You see him somewhere? Oh, there's one. There's a dirty card. They'll tell me. If I pick them up, they'll tell me. What the fuck? I thought that magnet was supposed to draw in the garbage bags. Pulls bags into the trash compactor. 1.4 to 1.5? Okay, I do have enough for a beer, so I guess I'll do that. But yeah, the walking over here is really like inefficient. Smoky Kota. Let's see what this one is. Oh, come on. Give me the, Tomboy. Sea Girl. Come on, give me some titties. Give me some big old anime titties. Ah, you're closer. Stuck? There you go. Now it's working. What was that? Oh, was that a battery? Okay. I thought it might have been a coin or something. Your 7-year-old loves this game? Well, there's something super satisfying about it. You might want to get them checked, see if they're on the spectrum, you know. Oh, am I out of energy? Okay. Yeah, okay, it is a battery. It's a watch battery. Yeah, if I get it close to the front of the thing, it's good. it'll go in. So that's nice. Celtic Knight with the big 5 bomb of subs. Thank you so much, Celtic Knight. There we go. Celtic Knight subs going out to Top 96, Dante Shepherd, Connie, Swarlimon, and Chortic Swamp Keeper.
Hail, Berserkers!
Also, we had a Peter Nincompoop with 10 fucking years, baby! Tier 2, motherfucker. Thank you for Peter. Thank you for Peter. A long time since I said that. Thank you for Peter. Almost there. Almost got the first pile of trash. Wouldn't it be awesome if I just found that $1 million card like right away and then I could stop playing this? Oh. Oh, I got a dirty card. I got to clean up my dirty card. Here we go. Code of the Diver. Whoa, holy fun bags on that hose hound. She got her flotation devices. Yeah, exactly. Man, people throw away a lot of toothbrushes. How many toothbrushes do you go through in a year, guys? Like, seriously, I'm curious. I probably go through like maybe 2. Yeah, 3 tops. Oh, okay, so I am on the next pile, I guess. Oh, there we go. Maximum number of beer cans you can hold. There you go. I can hold 4 beer cans now. Oh. Well, I need to start collecting garbage now. All right, here we go. Start cleaning. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Just garbage.
I played Restore Your Island, and it did not have cute cat girls nor big titty merchants, so this game is an easy buy.
Thank you, Prince Ali, with the 5 good subs, Kiss Glue with 100 bits. Restore Your Island did not have cute cat girls nor big titty merchants. This game is an easy buy, yeah. Prince Ali giving out subs to Zickle, as Loading Icon, Asanis, and Dire Mind.
Hail Brazier!
Is it by the same devs, Celtic Knight? I don't know. Deep Suck drains enemy HP equal to damage. Wow. Oh, that's a rare one. Holy moly, look at that. She got that Deep Suck. Oh, you can look at the wall to find see your current collection. I will look at my current collection. Yo, Dragon Maelstrom, just like home beer and trash. Wow. Magnet's not super great, is it? Okay. Sometimes it works. Please spam E on the vending machine? Okay. Oh, so I don't have to buy, I just come get the beers. Sure. Watching you do it one at a time is driving me crazy. Yeah, yeah. I get it. I'm not the most efficient, like, factory fucker guy, whatever they're called. God damn it, dude. I hate that. Oh, I gotta go again. Okay. It does let you have more, God damn it. Oh, there's a collection. Hey, there we go. Look at that. There's all my cards on the wall. Fun. Okay. There we go, Kotalite. With kind words and a gun, every other priest on the board gains 20 attack. All right, let's see. Pilot Katowski. Holy moly. Wow. He drives that blimp. Yeah, this game is not subtle. It also doesn't have nudity, apparently. Oh, puzzle pieces. Oh, I mean, not yet, exactly. Getting pretty good at that. Yeah, this is hella more fun than that book game that I played. Yeah, the library one? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Oh. Easy Breeze. Her name is Easy Breeze. Elemental Spirit. Wind Server gains a bonus to attack equal to the current wind speed. Okay. Yep, Librarian, tidy up the arcane library. That one. Yep. Too much Heiser on that throw. Shut up, dude. Don't be talking to me about Heiser. God damn it. Yeah, you can go over the card piece limit. It'll just roll over into the next card. It'll be like 6 out of 5, 7 out of 5, whatever. So every time you get one, you don't have to. Upgrades. More energy. The garbage is kind of going in the bag at the tempo of the fucking record, the tape. Yeah, we should get a new tape, probably. Oh, damn it. Beer me. This is Kota the Diver. Oh, we already had this one. This is a duplicate. Our first dupe. Oh, Dio Cotando, Undead Legend. Oh, this looks like a good card. Oh, yeah, that shit is rare. 4-star rare, motherfucker. Let's go. It's a classic, right, Tartuccio? I did think the rarer the card, the more skin they would show, but I guess I was wrong about that. Yeah, I don't think any of the cards I'm getting out of here are tournament legal. Maybe there's an ultra rare with more skin. Yeah, maybe. Thought I saw a dirty one. Dirty. Where's my dirty? Where's my dirty girl? Ooh, that felt bad to say. All right, don't forget to vote on the next game. I'm only gonna play this game for the next couple of hours. So don't forget to vote on what you want to see next. The toothbrush that doesn't belong there. Yeah, maybe we'll find another tape for the new soundtrack. That'd be dope. Oh, that was way over. Hey, there we go. Dirty card. Man, so many batteries and puzzle pieces. Jesus. How many watches do these guys need? There's some Easter egg if you in the garage at the door try to go in while drinking a beer. Okay. Oh. I tried drinking a beer while going in and nothing happened. Oh, another diver. Veronica Omori. Reaper's Touch. Kodamanchi kills, dies by death. Okay. 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 Well, that worked. Get out! There it is. Oh, she's got a dildo on the bed too. It's all pixelated. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh. Hey, I'm gonna use the stuck button. Are you stuck? Can you explain what is Twitch Prime? I certainly can, Juan. Twitch Prime is a great thing. If you have Amazon Prime and a Twitch account, you can connect them and get a bonus sub to spend on any streamer you like. Just look in the subscription part of the page here, and you'll see, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see sub with Prime. And you can do that. Anybody can do that. And today, especially if you do that, you'll be entered into a drawing to pick any game for me to play later on in September. You can even pick Breath of Fire 3. I'm just kidding. You can't pick that. No one can pick that. That is on my no game list. And why is that? Well, you'll have to ask the person who made it that way. Unganga with 10 gifted subs to Himbo Johnny, Mania X Big, Liminality, Joe Cheem, Mr. Jigglefuck, Black Cobra 3232, you Mass Labrat, K Desta, MGS2 Master 2, and Global Artist.
Hail Berserker!
Thank you so much. I'm so close. Give me one more piece. One more piece. Hey, new soundtrack. Oh, this is like not Nirvana? Come as I am, as you were, in the face of your butt. No. It's Norvana. When do you start thinking about CD Ramathon? Do you have any must plays in mind? No, I don't. I don't start thinking about it until about mid-December. And then I'm like, oh fuck, I better do CD Ramathon stuff. I better figure out something. Oh, we already have this one too. Squirtoise. She was the first one I got though, so she got a special place for me. right, give me a good one. Give me a nice rare one. Oh, it's not rare. We already have this one too. Kodalite, the maid priest. The maid priest. Of course. Wait, that is new. Wait, new? Oh, must be a different one. With kind words and a gun, every other priest on the board gains 20 attack. Yeah. Okay, I guess it was new. Oh, better quality. Okay. Okay. God damn it. See, that's the problem. You dig yourself into a hole and then you can't kick the bags out. All right, we're gonna play this for 15 more minutes, and then we'll call it a day on this game. And we'll play whatever you voted on next. Aiming for the sign above the compactor. Okay. That's good advice. That's just good advice right there. There we go. Ooh, what's this one? Oh, where I got this one? That's a new one. Gothic Kotick. Maybe the rarity is different. Oh, okay. Another priest one. KMC. Oh, there we go. There's some titties. Oh, yeah. KMC has less than 10 HP against 50 attack. Okay. Cotward hook hands. Oh, God, no. Total clutch. Deals damage to both the enemy and self when attacking. Yeah. Goes in every time, huh? It doesn't bounce over the fucking thing for you? Goddamn one, guys. I am a little bit lower then. A little bit lower than the sign. There you go. All right, upgrades. Let's get, oh, the speed of collecting? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that one, for sure. Don't worry, true believers. We got 10 more minutes of this. Hopefully we'll get a dirty card. And if not, we can look at the trailer. They have a bunch of dirty cards in there. Fuck you. Oh, it's hook hands again. She looks so fucking pathetic. It's hilarious. You say Kobe when you throw a trash bag? All right. Kobe! That went in. Kobe! There you go. Kobe. Kobe beef. Kobayashi. All right, give me a big one. Give me a real dirty one. Come on, these card pieces are gonna make a real, like, just show me that camel toe. All right, camel toe time. Maybe. Doesn't look promising. Nope. Oh, okay. Kotaija Olia. How we doing? Collection's looking, oh wow, purple collection's looking pretty solid. Oh, you can draw your own card, by the way. You were not promised, Camel Toe. I was gambling for one for you. Man, I wish drinking beer didn't take so long. God damn it. I throw this trash with too much gusto. Nope, I am. Any good co-loops? No, actually, but we got this one. That is one big cock. That's him. It doesn't sound like him, but this is him too.
I suck cock, and I love it. Yummy, 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 yummy.
I don't blame him. Cock is tasty, man. Oh, there is one from Cove. That's right, I forgot. We do actually have one from Cove.
Go for the balls, Boo! Go for the balls!
That's right. Go for the balls, Boo! Are you fucking kidding me? Look at that. Look at that trash not going in. What a joke. Also, didn't I have a new soundtrack? Yeah, this. I didn't change this out. Why did it change? Oh, does it just go through all of the ones you have? All right, last one. Oh, this looks like a good one. She's a little pirate chick. Close. That's almost Camto. Alrighty. That is gonna do it. I'll save it for some reason. Not that I'm ever gonna play this game again. I mean, I've never. There's no way I'm playing this again on my road trip to Burning Man. No way. All right, let's see what the next game is. Looks like, oh, it's close. It's really close. Ghostbuster Village, though, is going to take it for this one. All right. Let's reset the poll. There we go. Let's get busting. There we go. Ghostbuster Village. All right. We'll add that to the cart. Continue to the payment. Pay it up. There we go. Install the content. 6.64 gigabytes. You can read that up there, right? It's the font is big enough in the top left corner. You can read that, okay? I'm asking. Okay, cool. All right, let's see. Keep ahead of this. There we go. Copy. Nope. There we go. All right, what's this game? Well, this game, an extreme blogger. You know what? Actually, sorry. I am going to take a short break. I got to pee. So before we jump into it, just let me pee real quick. And I'll be right back. Oh, the PC's chugging. All right. Done peeing. Let's go. All right. What is this game? Well, it's an extreme blogger travels to an abandoned village that, according to legend, was deserted in a single day. While exploring, he encounters rituals and entities rooted in Slavic mythology. But the truth waiting there is, thank you, is far more terrifying than any legend. This game came out 2 days ago, developed and published by ZV Games. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $7.19. Let's go. Let's go, you know what? Let's go English. Oh, wait. Stryer gifted a sub to Dwayne the Cuck Johnson. Leviatana resub for 95. Chekhov Chainsaw with 53. Sicily gifting a sub to Bearded Clam. And Mamo Rugo with 12 months. And Luke J with the 2-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Ooh. I like this. Sure. Okay, everything looks... Oh. Oh, anti-aliasing method. What do I want? TSR, MSAA, TAA, or FXAA? TAA, okay. Or none? I could go none. Yo, Wobjack paying the gift. The Wobjack bot. Paying it forward, nice. Oh, you gifted a sub to each other. Oh my god. Okay. Do I want high quality on? Dude, I dig this, like, seriously. All right, high quality audio on, I suppose. Okay. This music is fucking dope, man. I love it. All right, let's go.
Перед тем, как вы послушаете это, ответьте мне на один вопрос.
Do you believe in the paranormal?
Верите ли вы в паранормальное? Не торопитесь отвечать, потому что все, что вы увидите дальше, поставит под сомнение ваше представление о реальности. Я отправился в одну заброшенную деревню,
I traveled to an abandoned village that, according to legend, its residents deserted in a single day. Witnesses claim that chaos erupted there and some kind of dark force consumed the entire village. And something was roaming the streets. 3 skeptics decided to profit from the legend. They turned one of the abandoned houses into a haunted attraction for tourists. But none of them ever came back out. I spent 24 hours there, and what I witnessed changed my life forever. Bustin' does make me feel good. Yeah, and if you ever want to know what game I'm playing, I almost always have it up in the top left corner while I'm doing Indie Day. Indie Day.
Камера пишет.
Camera's recording.
Так, друзья, мы прибыли на место. Насколько мне известно, нужный наш дом
we've read location.
за церковью.
House
Туда мы и
behind that
отправимся.
church. We're headed there now. Oh, find the hut behind the church. Okay. Okay. What do we think the odds are for 3 meatball spaghetti? I'm giving it like 15%. Low percent. Pretty high, you think? 35? Wow, okay. It turned me around. I was like, no, dipshit. That way. Let me explore a little. Come on. Good foot sounds. Beat sounds? Foot sounds? Oh, by the way, tomorrow's gonna be a stupid fun day. Or both. Or neither. Or either. But it's gonna be War Dogs, baby. Me and the Drop Frames guys. Me, Code, JP are gonna be doing War Dogs tomorrow. In lieu of doing Drop Frames. Oh, ZV Games is here. Hey, ZV Games. Devin chat. Devin.
Вход только по приглашению?
Entry by invitation only.
Может, в сарае есть
Maybe there's
что-нибудь,
something
чем
in
я
the
смогу
shed that can
снять
help
эти доски?
remove the boards. I bet there is. I just bet. And there you go. Cicely has gifted a sub to CV Games. Well, isn't that convenient? I'll just take that.
Отлично. Думаю, это
I
подойдет.
think that'll do nicely. Oh, it got dark. Oh, no. It's just... Oh, yeah. I don't know if you were here, ZV Games, but we were really jamming to that opening song. That shit was awesome. And there's JCL Copa 75. Thank you. Oh, this looks fun.
Что
What is this place? It looks like some kind of gathering or ritual was held here.
Похоже, тут проводили какое-то собрание или ритуал.
Oh, Cryptex. There it is. Come. So many streamers don't read what they translate. For example, Road to Empress was a pain to watch as nobody was reading what they were saying. I do try and read it if it's not in English, yeah. Sometimes it goes too fast, or sometimes there's a lot of just nonsense, so I kind of just give the gist if I can, but wow, barely missed me. What? Oh, there we go. Yeah. And I mean, it's a lot of it's for people who don't read quickly or just aren't looking at the screen, just have it on like second screen stuff. That's why I do it. Achoo! That was the most like
Закройся в шкафу и не выходи, пока
hide in the wardrobe and don't come out until I call you. What are you doing? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't you dare yell at me. Do I get any say in this house? No, not when you're like this. Oh, is that so? Have you lost your mind? You hit me. Then watch what you say. Are you crazy? Don't come near me. Shut up. Please don't. You pushed me to this. You brought this on yourself. Do you hear me? Please stop. Shut up. Is it better than mixtape? Let's not be crazy, Don Cheadle. Nothing's better than mixtape. Here they don't fear death. They fear those who come back from it or came back from it. Okay, the tinnitus sounds don't really need those. I don't think. Who are you?
Куда она делась?
Where did she go? The old folks used to say, the graveyard isn't for the dead, it's a place where the living forget the way back. Sorry, I got an itch on my finger. Oh, my thumb. I gotta scratch it. Okay. I'm up. I'm up. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake.
Дома кто-нибудь есть?
Anyone home?
О, ключ.
Oh, key.
Ну и жуть.
Well, this place is creepy.
Для начала расставлю
First, I'll
камеры и
set up a
осмотрюсь.
camera in every room. Oh, we doing observation duty, guys? Put one there. Oh my God, this house. There's a fridge right, or there's a door right behind this fridge. This is a used asset. This is where Grandma used to hang out with her wheelchair. In that one game. Callus. Amiga Games. Oh, the 3 meatball spaghetti chance has just increased twofold. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, up these stairs. There's gonna be a bedroom over here, and I think the bathroom is right there, if it's the same house that I've been in. Yep, there's the bathroom.
Yorikan?
I am indeed.
I miss my mum's spaghetti.
Beep. They did the entire Lord of the Rings movie. Fellowship of the Ring took them 10.5 hours. That's awesome. Good for them. Daddy's mean. Oh, Mom and Dad yell at each other. It makes me cry. There we go. When I was a kid, my grandmother used to tell me to place 3 candles on the windowsill by the stairs. She said it was a protective charm, but if even one of the candles went out, it meant the house was no longer safe. Find a place for the candles. Right here. Windowsill by the stairs. Oh, on that one. This one? There we go. Now let's run a few experiments before we go to sleep.
Здесь кто-нибудь есть?
Anyone here?
Если здесь
If anyone is here, make yourself known.
отзовитесь. Если здесь кто-нибудь есть, отзовитесь. Ау.
Hello? Give me a
Подайте
sign.
хоть какой-нибудь знак. Ау. Подайте хоть какой-нибудь знак. Ничего не слышно.
Well, next time I'll bring a better voice recorder.
Пора бы разбить на
It's time to settle in for the night. I think the second floor will do just fine.
Самое то.
This one? No. Where? Where do you want me, game? Oh, right here. Okay. I didn't know I brought my own bed.
Постой!
What the hell?
Куда делся мой фонарик?
Where the hell did my flashlight go? Labubu? The password? Oh, to this. Oh, okay. I can't see shit, Captain. Oh. 3. Eight. 4.
Что было?
The hell was that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Обычно является как
10,
вытянутая иссохшая
11.
фигура. Сначала
Usually happens,
во сне,
appears as a tall, withered
появляется
figure,
наяву,
the nav.
изводит
First it comes in your
человека,
dreams, then it starts showing up in real life, it wears you down, steals your sleep, messes with something. If a person is weak or really scared, it can choke them in their sleep. It's not afraid of crosses. The only thing that can drive away is proper remembrance ritual. You have to say the dead person's name, light a candle, and leave some bread and water.
Оставить хлеб и воду. Домовой. Маленький
Domovoy, a small nasty house spirit that can look different every time. At night it whispers curses, put hexes on you, and brings on nightmares. It's not afraid of crosses, prayers, or salt. The only thing you can do is to appease it is leaving an offering, usually bread or milk.
Угощение обычно хлеб или молоко.
And that's a dildo. That's Nana's dildo. You know it. I don't really believe in this stuff, but I guess I'll try to appease it and cut off a piece of bread. Oh, grab bread from your backpack, huh? Man, they're really using that spooky, scary Halloween sounds disc they got from Spirit Halloween. What was what noise? There's so many noises. Ah, there we go. I can see you're busy. I'll come back. You can close the door too, you know, it's fine. A giant rubber duck. Oh, now I'm in here forever. Holy! Okay. Please, I need your help. I'll pay any price. Hi, honey. Take it. These words may be enough to bind his rage. But if you make a mistake, the price will be high. All right, cool.
Где я?
There.
И что это было? Опять какое-то видение?
Okay. I'll be here with the puppies. I will. Oh, god damn it, I missed it. Shit. I missed what it said, sorry. I thought it would pause the dialogue, but
Вдали какой-то свет.
there's a light in the distance. House key. It's a literal house key.
Ключ в виде
A key shaped like a hut? Oh my god, it's Baba Yaga! It is Baba Yaga's hut. Look at that, the chicken legs and everything. hell is going on here? I need to get out of here. Give me the light. Give me this. What is this? Oh, it's the flashlight that I was looking for. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Can I sneak through here? I mean, I could just step over the bear. One would think. Okay. I'm clicking on stuff and nothing is happening. This thing. Find a way out. Okay. Oh my! Oh hey, mannequins and such. They locked me in? I've already found one piece. According to ancient legends, the witch created 3 idols to commune with the world of the dead, hiding her power within them. As long as the idols remain, she cannot be killed. The only way to stop the witch is to find and destroy all 3. All 3 of Nana's dildos. We gotta find them and destroy them.
Значит, мне надо найти всех идолов и уничтожить.
Collect the lock pieces and try not to die. Easy enough.
И не умереть по возможности. Делов-то. Для начала нужно понять.
First, I need to figure out what the hut-shaped key unlocks. Oh, there we go. Hey, there we go, bolt cutters. Open all the wardrobes. There we go, another piece. Whatever that thing is. Oh, another piece for the exit. It looks like are you farting in the oven? There's a key in the toilet. Oh, panels went out. Nope. Much is too much, man. I mean, I don't mind a little jump scare here and there, but that's just like, that's a stupid loud noise, man. Don't do that. The music was so good, though. Wasn't it good? The music was so good. All right, let's see what you guys voted on next. Refreshing the list. It is tied between Ledger Brown. It's tied between Ledger Bound, Lantern of the Laughless Saint, and Twisted Tower. Looks like Twisted Tower in the lead. It's going back and forth. Now it's tied again. Now Twisted Tower's back up. It's so close. All right, let's check out Twisted Tower. It was the most suggested game this week, so we'll check that one out now. Okay. All right, let's get this purchased. Payment. There we go. I heard leatherbound. Is someone saying leatherbound? Yikes. Okay, Twisted Tower. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I had to wait for the fucking browser to load. All right, the poll is back open, by the way. Go vote again. It's back at zeros. Got to keep voting. As long as you're here, we want the people that are here to vote. All right, what is this game? Blast your way through an abandoned 1950s theme park, crawling with fairy tale mascots, twisted puzzles, and deadly traps. Uncover the dark secrets of your past as you race to the top to win back the love of your life. This one came out 4 days ago, developed by Atmos Games, published by 3D Realms. It is $13.49. Let's give it a look. And if it's good, maybe we'll play it for the rest of the day. Who knows? Maybe we'll save some time at the end to go do some more garbage card looking. Not that I want to. I don't. Photosensitivity warning. Seizure warning out. Just let you know. Oh, please don't do this. Stop doing this. There. Okay. Bloom. Subtitles on. Good. Field of view 60%. We'll see if that sucks. Okay. Graphics. Ultra on. Fog. Okay. Gameplay. Mouse smoothing. Blarg. Screen shake is fine in small amounts. Toggle sprint, toggle crouch. Okay. Audio. Oh, streamer mode. That's for copyright music. Whatever. We'll leave it on as intended. Ticket 1. Admit 1. Choose your difficulty. Difficulty can be changed anytime. Fairy Tale. Health pick is more effective. Enemy damage and health is weaker for players who want to enjoy the park story. Just right. Enemy damage and health provides a fair challenge, ideal for players who enjoy the park while feeling the thrill of combat. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm doing just right. Just right.
I didn't think you'd come. My heart, my lips, my body. They're yours.
You didn't think I'd come? Well, I got news for you. We don't stop until I do. We're in Red Wash, England?
100% yes.
Yo, Smithy, thank you for the 17 months. Sidro with 93. Vendita with 55.
Hello?
Howdy, chap.
Vincent! Help me!
Charlotte?
Willem? Mark Hamill? Chief? McLeod? Now it's your choice, the bird or the cage. Welcome, bats, to my twisted tower. Five tickets.
What the hell is this place?
Oh, yeah. Full on Bioshock. And oh my god, the movement! You see how fast the movement is? It's so fast! It's so fast! Oh, I can just walk through all that shit? Okay.
This should come in handy.
Twisted Mallet. Huggy Bear. Wow. There's a person in that Huggy Bear outfit. Oh my god, pumpkins do hold stuff. I'm smashing pumpkins. Twisted Towers Resort. Ah, resort, right. Oh, god damn it.
Feels nice. Maybe just a few more.
See, he feels the same way I do. Oh my god, there's blood on the hammer. Or gore. Oh, the movie cameras are all okay. They're all following me. Mr. Twister's Resort. Hi there.
What was that guy's problem?
Yeah, what was his problem?
Oddly satisfying.
It really is. Try sliding by sprinting and then crouching. It's a lot of fun.
Try sliding by sprinting and then crouching. Okay.
Welcome, chap, to my twisted tower. I'll be the first to admit it's nice for a change to see a chiseled, handsome face in my otherwise abandoned theme park.
Where's Charlotte? Who the hell are you?
Quiet, girl. It's beginning.
Bye. Do you think Mr. Twister had a sister? I think he fist her. Or he tried to fist her and then missed her. And then his snake hissed at her.
Pop goes the weasel.
Then he got a blister on his pister. Yo, Sharon. Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to Novocaine88, the Gamer Emmy, Lotta Otter, Shazam32, and Puyer3.
Hail Brazingers!
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Why would you put all these balloons that I can pop around? Why are you so cruel? Ella DeVol with a 62. 5 years, 2 months, baby. Thank you so much. Don't brook the cameras. Oh, don't break the cameras. Okay.
These balloons aren't gonna pop themselves.
Love that the game knows, man. The game knows. I have no idea, Meltalk. No clue. 2 lost nuts with 83 months. Thank you. All right, let's see. What happens? Nothing?
No, stop that! Those cameras are important.
Why would you? I wouldn't have even thought about breaking them if you hadn't told me not to. Well, bad ending, I guess.
What the hell happened here?
Mr. Quackers! That's pretty fun. Lips. Heart. Body. Whoa. Oh, fuck me. Okay, there we go. Oh, it just took me back here. Okay.
See Kyo.
What just happened? Shint Offel with the 111th birthday.
Must have popped at least 100 of these by now.
At least. Charlotte's Castle, Lightspeed Land, Clown Casino, Hotel, Fairground Lobby, Mermaid Palace. I can't wait to get to the Clown Casino. It's gonna be like Circus Circus. Hi. 50% off Ticklin' Tommy Gun upgrade.
Welcome to the Real Boy Station, where no strings are attached, sir.
Oh, Pinocchio. Well, shit, dude.
Pleasure doing business, big guy.
Well, I gotta try and smash him. Nope. All those fucking balloons that I popped and extra shit that I did didn't even get me enough for one upgrade, huh? Oh, there was a good one. Yummy! This is a twisted snack. You'll see it next to your health bar and you can eat it whenever you like. You can hold up to 10 snacks at a time. Oh, okay. But not delicious pumpkins, huh? They don't count as twisted snacks.
This is the same film we watched last night. The Twisted Tower. Written, directed, and produced by V.C. Twister. Supposedly a classic. Old, but...
Voracious Cock Twister is his name. God, no stamina bar either? Jesus. This game is great so far.
Welcome to the Real
300 and 350, okay.
Big guy.
Well, that's disappointing. For sure I would bounce higher than that. Hotel ticket. Insert the ticket into the elevator to get instant access to the hotel.
Bravo, chap.
Yeah, just give me access to the casino, man. That's all I really want. Journal. This journal will show you the most urgent quests and also the secret areas found for each level. If you ever feel lost, you can access the journal through the pause menu. Okay. Fun's over. That was for science.
I'm not sure if this is the right way, but one foot in front of the other, Vince.
Psst! Goldfish!
Piper? What are you doing here?
That Mr. Twister guy! He brought me here, just like you! He said your pea-brain's gonna need some help from a genius like me. Very gracious of him, yeah?
Sure. Listen, Piper. I need you to hide. Something is terribly wrong with this place.
Oh, come on. This place is jolly good fun. It's Miss Charlotte's favourite, remember?
Hide. Now. I'm not going to ask you again.
You got it, Goldfish.
Goldfish? That's a little creepy. Oh yeah, he's doing the twist. Right. A box of tickets, look at that.
Psst, Goldfish!
Piper, I told you to hide.
I did, but then I decided I didn't want to. Hey, so listen, I've been studying this place for you, exploring every nook and cranny. Believe it or not, I swear I just saw Miss Charlotte. She was locked in a silly cage, crying.
What? Where?
Upstairs, Goldfish, where the guest bedrooms are.
I told you, Piper. Don't call me Goldfish.
You got it. Goldfish.
Jackass. Cherry giraffe? Whoa! Okay. Hey, real boy.
Welcome to the real
Oh my
Boar
god, the
Station,
wind-up upgrade
where
is...
no strings are attached,
Wow.
sir. This one's on sale. Cross me nose.
Hold the primary fire button, then release to swing a devastating mega thwack. Great way to prepare for what's around the corner. Hell yeah.
More power.
Hell
more
yeah.
Power. I ain't lying. Your pleasure doing business. Goodbye.
Oh, 100 tickets in that one. Nice. Yes, I would kindly smash these pumpkins. Alternate path. The pathing in this tower changes randomly per climb, ensuring guests have a unique, fresh experience. Come back after you've gotten to the top and it will be open to you. A very unique second run awaits you. Oh, current game, Adventure Plus. Oh, that's funny. Smile, get your photo with the Huggy Bears today. Get back here, you crazy bears. I'll duck you up. %, yes. Mr. Twister's twistiest tune, the Huggy Bears. I know that's supposed to be like a tie, but it looks kind of suggestive, right? Right? Oh, game save, nice, okay.
Welcome, Vincent, to the dining hall. From Jerry Giraffe's soft kisses to the velvety embrace of my Huggy Bears, you're sure to squeal for more as you climb. Would you excuse me, chap? I've an urgent matter to attend to.
Okay. Borderline inappropriate tickles await. I think if it's borderline, it's definitely inappropriate. I don't think there's borderline inappropriate. I think that's a black or white one. That's a yes/no kind of situation. Misfire. Holy shit, you get a lot of weapons.
Hey, tiny.
The bullets are not very strong, man.
Good work.
Happily never after.
It is a 10 shooter though, that's nice. Flip room? Oh, what? Twisted Tower. That's fun. Balloons! I'm popping all the balloons! Oh man, this guy is not T-posing. He's got the, oh, and he disappeared. Gordon?
Hey, fella.
Oh, he's triple fisting these cigarettes.
I just wanted to apologise in advance for Twister. He's quite the character. But I believe in him, always have. A truly misunderstood auteur. Even his very first film was a masterpiece. But listen, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but he's put some reminders scattered about the tower. You know, to keep you motivated. Hey, fella, look, I just wanted to apologise, but I believe in him. Even his very, you know.
Oh no! It's way up there. Shit. Okay. Thank you for not making me crouch in the event here.
Just stepped into a bed. Hey, tiny. I spotted you from a mile away.
The red key.
Welcome to the real boy station, where no strings are attached, sir.
Okay, increase damage, please.
More
By
power.
20%? Yes. Okay.
Look at you, chap. Ooh, this one.
Secondary fire button to release fire off a triple shot. Oh, great way to prepare for epic headshots. Okay, so you can charge a shot.
I ain't lying.
And do a
You're
triple.
looking impressive now. Pleasure doing business, big guy.
Nice. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Have you tried the roasted duck? Open it for 60 tickets. I mean, sure. There. The number 9. Oh, I can pick up anything and toss it. Oh, 10 maxed out. Okay.
How's that for Prince Charming?
Oh yeah, 100 tickets. Let's go. Oh, my bullets are maxed out, huh? Okay. How much Bioshock is this? It's about, like, the DNA is definitely there. It's like 80%. But that's not a bad thing. I love it. I love Bioshock, so this is fitting right in. Oh my God, there it is, the 3 meatball spaghetti. We got it in this game, and oh my God, not in the other one.
That's a spicy meatball.
It's a spicy meatball. Okay. I haven't got anything much out of the pumpkin, so I think we'll just leave off the pumpkins. Pumpkin smash. The balloons I'm still gonna smash, but the pumpkins I'll leave alone. Can we still pinch nipples?
Raja Nabadoa Gola Walkie Nipple Pinchy.
You tell me. Mr. Quacker's got a shotgun? He was gonna quack your head open. There definitely looks like there's something behind there. He's a quack shot with that. Uh-oh, look out, he's finally quacked. Good thing you ducked. I didn't know they could go in there. You think I'm leaving without full food? You're crazy. You're quacking up.
My letter to Judge Pepperidge. Your Honor, while my sister's public display certainly warrants your asylum recommendation, I respectfully request custody of her and her son, my nephew, Piper. I can provide a safe haven for them both, while ensuring she recovers as a productive member of society. Thank you for your consideration. Vincent.
The Jawsome telephone. Get yours today. Jaw-dropping fun awaits. Dialing up a biting good time.
Hey!
Vincent's flat, 7 p.m.
Of Dorothy. Vincent's flat, 7 p.m., August 31st, 1944.
Dorothy, it's me, Vincent.
Think you can trick me? But I know what you are. You're a beast, I say! A satanic beast!
I'm no beast. Please, open the door. I've got your pills. You'll see, I haven't forgotten this time.
Would you mind helping me with these?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there.
Thank you. My knight in shining armor. I'm Charlotte, by the way.
Vincent. Where are you from?
Oh, a speck of a town. Nothing to write home about.
Not exactly Tinseltown here either.
Really? I kind of like it here.
Oh.
A walk down memory lane.
How long have you been filming us?
Bye.
What did I say? Quit breaking my cameras, douchebag!
Douchebag? I don't know.
Neck and neck.
That doesn't seem like old-timey talk to me. Open for 20 tickets? Yes! Yay! More tickets! Totally worth it. Watch out for Teddy! Man, they must have had a sale on pumpkins. They're everywhere. Say quack quack to Mr. Quackers. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck that thing. Oh, he's got a little top hat. That's why. Okay, he's a character. Oh, to the bedrooms. Okay. Remember I got called douchebag in elementary school and asked my mom what it meant at dinner, and then that night she called the other kid's mom. I did the same thing with boner. Some other weird kid called me a boner. It's like, don't be a boner. Like, I'm not a boner. I came home to my dad. I'm like, Dad, what's a boner? He's like, why are you asking?
Where am I even going?
I don't know.
Charlotte.
Ha 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 ha.
Where the hell are you?
So he had to get a scissor lift to do this, right? Because you start right here and then you go just to paint the whole thing. What an arduous task. Snuggle up and sleep tight. When I was a kid, the mayor of Nashville, where I live, was Bill Boner. No joke. I believe it, man.
Bravo, chap, bravo. My inner thighs are trembling with excitement.
Jesus
I've
Christ.
informed poor little Charlotte that her precious fiancé is on his way. Careful, though. This floor is a little bit more tricky. Stay sharp.
Stay sharp. Oh, okay. Okay. Economy suites. Tickling Tommy. I followed. Oh, to the origin of my name. That's right, African Pro. You asked me to drop frames. Why Ezekiel the Third? Well, I used to be in a comedy troupe, and we did we did a lot of improv, but we did sketch comedy from time to time where we'd write our own scripts and stuff. And a buddy of mine, Dave, that was in the troupe, he wrote scripts, recurring scripts called Rednecks. Like SNL. Think of SNL like they're recurring characters. He had recurring characters in a script called Rednecks. And my recurring character in that was called Cousin Zeke. And he went to jail all the time. He huffed paint. He was, high on drugs all the time. And so when I came to Twitch, or Justin TV at the time, I didn't want to use my real name. So I was like, okay, let's see. What's a name recently that I've been called? Like, oh, Zeke. That's right, from the script. So I tried Zeke, I tried Cousin Zeke, I tried Cousin with a C-U-Z-Z-I-N Zeke, tried a bunch of those names, and they're all taken. And eventually I was like, Ezekiel the Third, because rednecks that I know often name their sons after themselves. So I knew growing up quite a few like the Thirds, because it was, Ezekiel, then Ezekiel Jr., then Ezekiel the Third. That's where it came from. But goddamn if I don't regret that goddamn underscore. I regret the underscore because not every form that you put in accepts underscores. Like that's why I'm Ezekiel the Third on Instagram. No underscores allowed for your screen name. TikTok, same thing. And Blue Sky, same thing. No underscores allowed.
An egomaniac's premature wonderland. VC Twister, director, screenwriter, and star of The Twisted Tower, has announced plans to construct a sprawling theme park just off the coast of Wales. The Twisted Tower theme park aims to replicate the magic of his one and only film, which some hail as the greatest film of all time. Some, however, claim the park to be a premature venture, some even calling it an egomaniac's wonderland. Huh.
Can we get your bags? Oh, that's right. I can't go across it, right? 3 underscores because none 1 and 2 were taken. Xantos underscore 1 underscore and 2 underscores were all taken. That's funny. All right, so I got it. Wait, what's that? Oh, Man, that got real for a hot second there. Oh! Okay. Yo, Ty Martinez with 93 months. Thank you so much.
How did this get here?
To my knight in shining armor, thank you for assisting me in settling into my flat yesterday. Take these overbaked biscuits as a sign of my neighborly gratitude. Your friendly new neighbor, Charlotte. Yes. I hope I'm not being a nosy Parker. I overheard you and your sister quarreling last night. My brother suffered from a similar affliction for more than a decade. It isn't easy, especially at night, and I wonder if you ever need help caring for her? I'm just a flat away if you ever need me.
Take the cookies. Take the cookies. Take the cookies. Give me the goddamn cookies.
To my, take your here. I'm just.
God damn, Mr. Quackers. He's got it out for me. One bloodthirsty fucking duck. Oh, I didn't even look at my pants. Come here. Oh! I bashed its face! Haha! Aha, there we go.
Ring, ring, ring. Bunker.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Yes, I would like another one too. Another weapon upgrade station.
You belligerent, pulsing genital wart! Quit smashing my precious cameras!
Fuck you, dude.
Another letter. Charlotte, I tried knocking. I wanted to thank you for the biscuits. Yes, they were a bit overbaked, but lucky for you, I always liked a bit of crunch. My sincerest apologies for my sister. I'm quite embarrassed. Thank you for your offer, but truthfully, I could never ask that of anyone. If you were to try and help her, I think you'd be as mad as a hatter before the end of the day. Though, I do very much appreciate you. Vincent.
Epidermis. Epidermis? Epidermis? I don't know what that means.
I spotted you a mile away!
Really? Okay. Whoa! Just barely caught that before it happened. There's an upgrade.
Welcome to the Real Boy Station, where no strings are attached, sir.
Bullet time alternate fire?
Oh, yeah.
Hold the second fire button and release to fire alpha full magazine. You'll enter invincible bullet time. This is ideal when you're surrounded. Oh, that's cool.
Well, I'll be wooded. More power, more tower. Look at you, chap.
Yeah, 10 bullets is pretty good, honestly. Oh, I'll save it.
Pleasure doing business, big guy.
I'll save the rest. Yeah, why not?
Welcome to the real boy station, where size really does matter. Pleasure doing business, big guy.
30 now. No, the guns do not share ammo. No, they have their own specific ammo.
Charlotte?
You bastard! Give me back my lady friend, my fucking lady friend. Jesus. Stryer gifting out a sub to Testicles. Oh, he can jump! That little motherfucker can jump! Haha, how do you like me wasting your water, prick? You know what? Let's try it. That was fun. I like it. Green key. Lounge key. Let's go. Oh shit, look at all these. Yay! Oh, I don't need that. Twisted token. It's time to get your first twisted toy. Use this token in the lobby to collect your gift from your host, Mr. Twister.
Hey, goldfish! Looks like you found that green twisted token.
I did!
Mr. Twister is quite the generous host, wouldn't you say? You can use that down in the lobby to get a cool new toy. I'll see you in the lobby.
Yeah, there's been a couple. This is one of them, man. This is great. Twister dude!
Tokens for all.
Tokens for all.
A letter from Redwash Nursing Home.
My little goldfish, I miss you. I wish you'd come visit your old mum.
Oh, my mum called me goldfish. Oh, yes, you can, but it doesn't do anything.
In fact, he stopped.
It's not scary, no. It's just a vibe. Yeah.
He tells me you've enrolled in medical school. Is this true? If so, I must admit I can't comprehend it, boy. Oh, you have a handsome face, Vince, that much is true. But your miniature brain lacks even the slightest academic sense. Come visit me, boy. I'll let you brush my hair, Mum.
God damn. That's rough. Thanks, Mom. My miniature brain, huh? So goldfish isn't cute, it's because I'm dumb. Oh, you're right, it's because I have the memory of a goldfish. Oh my god, that's awful. I get it. That's terrible.
Goldfish!
Piper, I told you to hide.
I'm exploring the tower for you, finding clues, remember? So, I have some bad news for you. Miss Charlotte, I saw her getting dragged in that cage. Dragged by that twisted beast thing down to the Mermaid Palace.
The what?
The Mermaid Palace water park. Remember? She told you it was her favourite part of this theme park. You really don't remember anything, do you, Goldfish?
Shut up, kid. Okay. Yeah, good moves though. Smooth moves.
Welcome to the Real Boy Station, where no strings are attached, sir. Size really does matter. I ain't lying. You're looking impressive now. Pleasure doing business, big guy.
15 now, nice. It's a 15 shooter, Jesus.
Another letter from Redwash Nursing Home.
Goldfish, your Uncle Gordon has paid me another visit. He tells me you've caused him some embarrassment at the university. Is it true that you're failing in your studies?
Oh my
He
God.
vouched for you, you know, practically lying to the Dean of Medicine. Therefore, he and I both agree you will consider transferring to his theatre course to save face. He runs the entire program and will treat you with some undeserved grace. He tells me you'd make a fine little nutcracker in their upcoming play, Mum.
God damn, man. That's rough. I think that's the new toy. It's like a harpoon gun, maybe? Or like a crystal laser gun? Flamethrower, maybe? Mermaid Myrma. So I'm guessing that's what I'll be fighting next is mermaids, since I'm going to the water park.
Listen, chap. I haven't hurt her. Not really. She's snuggled up, safe and sound, at the tower top.
Please, help me.
Oh, did you hear that? The twisted beast is getting hungry. When the clock strikes midnight, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him from peeling off her soft, delicate skin. You see, he doesn't like the skin.
Skin's the best part, man. Everybody knows that. Oh, not that way. It is a harpoon gun. Okay, grapples across the room by launching a harpoon at blue targets. Oh, this is a functionary thing. Okay. Oh, okay. Really? Okay, there must be another thing. Oh, there you go. Yep, that thing. Okay. Hey, don't bark. We don't bark. One moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't know what their deal was, man. No idea. So I took them out. They both had to poop, so that's good. Glad I took them out. Oh, and I'm sorry. Beep boop herp derp. I forgot. Or I missed your
Hi, my name is Gold. My name is My name is
My name is Batman. There you go. Yeah, ghost something. I have no idea. Mermaid Palace ticket. Insert this in the elevator and get to the Mermaid Palace water park. Huzzah. Oh, it's just invisible. The game is great. It's a wonderful game. Very well done. I'm enjoying it thoroughly. Oh, no, elevator. God damn it. Hey, what the fuck? Where are you firing from?
It's him! Would you like a bullet in your bum? Now I'm pissed!
You just step through.
Ticklin' Tommy is his name. The Ticklin' Tommy gun.
You died.
Yeah, once I upgraded the pistol and got the triple shot thing, it's pretty fucking good, man. Put the ticket in to the Mermaid Palace. No, it's because she's going, hi, my name is, and then she goes, oh, geez. Because it's from when you guys gave her a very nice monetary birthday present.
Welcome to my sensational water park, Vincent. I can still remember the day it opened. Guests from all over the world, screaming with pleasure, lathering lotions on their long, slender limbs, sliding down the slippity-dippity slides. That is, until the film came out.
Whee! Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Another movie poster.
Mermaid Memories.
Didn't know Twister made this one. This was actually the first movie Charlotte and I watched together. She actually liked it. Said it had its flaws, but she says it's a cult classic. I think that's a stretch.
Mermaid Palace rules. No diving. That's it. Seaweed challenge. Try and fill your mouth with seaweed and hold your breath for 10 minutes and see what happens. Oh, God.
Oh, damn, this place stinks. It smells like chlorine and piss. Charlotte, where are you? Oh.
Not to be confused with the penis mouth challenge, even though they are the same. Fire breathing show with Seahorse Sam, 9 to 10 a.m. or 9 to 10 p.m. Monday evening. Nope. Oh my God, it's actually called the Shark Gun. Sip the red drip at the Crimson Pearl, a private VIP experience. Got that shotty. Or shardy. I got that shardy gun. Is that poop? Oh my God. Mermaid Palace. Say crabs. Get your picture made with Mildred Mermaid. She looks like the real Mildred. My friends at home won't think I'm a star. Stop. Know the rules. Pool rules. Aye, aye, Captain. Oh my God. There's shit everywhere. There is actual poo-poo everywhere. Why? Why? Is that mermaid shit? Oh, there we go. Oh. Well, hell. I just walked right through those bars. Weird. Yeah, I think they want the shark gun. But I really need upgrades for it. Seaweed spa. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Welcome to the real boy station.
Stun alternate fire.
Sir. This one's on sale.
Secondary fire upgrade for 20 tickets. Hold the secondary fire button, then release 2 shells that shart off a stunning, stinking gas plume. Enemies in the vicinity will be stunned temporarily. Careful, divers and spiders are immune. Divers and spiders are immune. Okay.
Look at you, chap.
Increase the damage. Absolutely.
You.
Okay. We'll have to wait.
Pleasure doing business, big guy.
Man, those mermaids are pretty beefy. They got some HP for sure. Oh, that's... My heart, my fins, my body, they're yours. Oh, it just comes down? All right. Yay! I don't even know where that is.
Welcome to the real boy station, where no strings are attached. Size really does matter.
There we go. Increase the clip size.
Big guy.
10 now, all right. 10 in the tube. All right, so that goes there.
I see him.
God, someone pooped right in the fucking the sink. This is gross, man. God damn, he still clipped me one. Dickhead. Whoops, 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 whoops. Nope. Whoa, did I leave? I'm out of here, I guess. An underwater opera bubbling with surprises.
You won't be remembering this one. VC Twister's sophomore film, Mermaid Memories, has critics laughing. From his over-the-top performance to outlandish and unbelievable screenplay, Twister has delivered what critics call a narcissistic film bloated with self-importance. Does this prove his first film, The Twisted Tower, to be a flash in the pan? Or will his future films recover his fractured legacy?
Well. That is pretty fun. Yes, I'm really enjoying this game. I should be on to another game by now. Oh, right. Think I'll finish it after Saturday? Oh, my first death! It was the phone! The phone that got me! Alright, we got about an hour left. Let's switch it up. We got enough time to check out one more game. So let's do that. Before we go. Let's see what you voted on. How many hours? How did I get in there? 108? So not quite 2 hours, but man, it's a fun, good game. I'm not sure how long it is, but it doesn't seem like it would be overly long, so I might finish that at some point. Might finish it some sweet day. Let's see, what do we got here? Looks like Lantern of the Laughless Saint. The Morrowind like got in, huh? Okay, let's give it a shot. I am resetting the poll just in case this thing is a utter piece of shit. There we go.
Your story starts with a dream, a lantern.
Okay, let's
a saint,
get this purchase. $17.99. All right, all right. Boop, 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 boop. Nope. There we go.
Your story starts with a dream, a lantern, a saint.
I heard it was janky, but if it's a Morrowind-like, it probably will be.
A boat carrying toward an island you've never seen. Everyone here arrived the same way, same boat, same dream, and every one of them will tell you it means something different. Deep inside the tower is an amphitheater. Feel it see through
Man,
your
fuck you,
actions and compose
Google
the
Chrome, you
audience with a
goddamn
grand finale.
hog.
Oh, and every NPC can be killed, but the dead here don't go quietly. Kill someone and you'll fight the ghost too. Go back for the body later, and it may not stay down. More than 50 quests at launch, some very dark, some not. All of them hiding
I love she uses her RPG voice when she's talking to you, the audience at home.
Spellcrafting and alchemy. Use these tools to vanquish your foes.
All right. A solo or co-op RPG inspired by Morrowind, drawn by a shared dream, you awaken on an isolated island, crowned by a silent tower. Unravel the mystery of the laughless saint, confront the weight of human desire, and decide what deserves to be saved when the light beneath the world finally stirs. This came out 5 days ago, developed and published by Nerve Labs. It is in early access, and it's $17.99 if you want to get it. Let's check it out. Last game of the day, maybe. Maybe. Oh yeah, I miss these opening sequences. Yo, Icus Monster with the 5 gifties. Going out to Dab30, that shit Bree, Rolly Shot, Z Relic, and EP Vixen.
Hail Berserkers.
Thank you so much, Icus. Okay. Not a real fun UI. Okay. Foolish. Foolish graphics. Well, hey, oh, it says overall, so change it to... What if I change it to medium? Nope. Foolish. Overall, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't switch these like I think, like you think it should. Sure. Foolish textures. I will apply those. Okay. I don't know if that's what foolish means, but we'll find out. Oh my god, how many races we got? Umbright. Born into a constellation of cities and baronies, bound by the worship of Queen Umbernox, whose word is law, you were taught obedience, faith, and the ability to defend it and enact her divine will. One-handed, two-handed, and channeling. Al-Fijani, the vast metropolis of blah, 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 blah. Okay. Better prices, lockpicking, minus 20 health. A Rugite, 100 magic, minus 37, a weakness to fire, and a starting spell. A Thrak, carry weight, swimming, minus 10 for archery. Everybody knows fucking lizards can't shoot fucking bows and arrows. What are you doing? That's common knowledge that lizards are bad at archery. A Calyx, psionics, armor, minus swimming. Well, yeah, cat swimming. You do get the Night Eye spell. That's nice. And Urahan. Minus 20 sneak, minus 50 magic, but you get better unarmed and carry weight. Look at the head on this thing. It's super tiny. I guess we roll the dice, huh? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do it. Let's roll that D6. A 3. I will be a Rugite. He skipped head day. All right, magic, minus stamina, weakness to fire, but you get a starting spell. Sounds good. Let's do it. General info. Name. Okay, my name will be... general info. Oh, fuck, it's you again. There you go. Busting my nuts. That sounds good. I don't want to spend too much time on this since we're only going to play it for an hour. Oh, wait. Wow. That's a lot different. You see the difference between man and woman there? So only one changes the body type? You got to do build 4 if you want to see that. Oh my God. Okay, there's 3 skin tones. Okay. There you go. Fucking perfect. Look at that. It's right. It looks so bad. How about instead of busting my nuts, how about busting your nuts? There we go. That'll do, pig. Oh yeah, so we had a couple of bangers. I know it was a sponsor stream, but Sinking City 2 is really good. Very Resident Evil. The last game I played, Twisted Tower, that was awesome. That was very Bioshocky in like an amusement park setting. Couple of goodies today. Oh, you like it, Polish Power? I'm glad. I'm glad. The Rusty Lake games are usually pretty good.
Another one so soon. The nightmares have been getting stronger. Another offering for the saint. Let's take a look at you. Another Rugite drowned like a rat. There's a far cry from your precious desert, innit? Perhaps Ragul will bless you with a merciful smiting. You're going down there, aren't you?
Back up, pal! Jesus! Get away from me.
You'll not last long here. You'll get all the help you can get. Follow the fires to the hole. That's where I'm going, and that's where you'll follow. Enough delay. I've kept the saint waiting long enough. Tell Tanith I'm sorry.
Follow the giant stone torches to the hole. He just decided to go for a swim. I love it.
He's finally gone and done it. I knew it was inevitable. I just didn't think it was so soon. Maris, what will become of you? You there? What did he say? He must be headed for the tower.
He mentioned visions of the saint. He babbled nonsense and ran away.
Nonsense or not, it's better to grant him dignity. Someday, that could be you or I. Life must move on. Maris would have wanted that. I welcome to Magdal's Rest. Before you leave, I may direct you to townsfolk who may ease your journey. Should you decide to join Maris in seeking your fate, you will need this help.
I'm not interested.
Don't let me stand in your way then, Pilgrim.
Okay. No. Exit dialogue. There we go. Berries and millet, huh? Loot all. There we go.
Another psycho!
Sorry, what? Ah, I didn't know that was stealing! I'm sorry!
What else would you like to know? I could use the company.
Tell me about Magdal's Rest.
This hamlet was one of dozens that dotted this island in the Age of Kings.
I hope
when
they get
demigods
bored and walk
roamed
away.
This land. After the true gods of this world appeared in corporeal form, Magdal is... At least...
Oh my god. Had enough? Oh, fool, give up or I'll run you through. I'll see you in hell. Okay. Death number 1. I look like a fat, topless clown. See, those barrels were fine. You could take those barrels. Yeah, those barrels are all fine. Once you get to these barrels, you best not be taking it.
Looks dull. How about a new one?
It's pitches, not patches. Oh, okay. Wow. Just beat her ass and knocked her out. Equip the item. There you go. Okay. Leather pants, there you go. Wouldn't stab the crude moon cast from Ra. What? Oh, whoops. On hit, damage one health every 3 seconds. Okay. Don't put that one back on, yeah. Do I not have it equipped? Yes, it looks like it's equipped. Yeah, I don't know what spell I said. Oh, Bitter Spike. There we go. Frost damage. 20 per second. There we go.
Another one, fresh off the boat. Well, let's take a look at you. Then the power has not yet taken your eyes. Yes, I am the only Thrak in Magdal's Rest. But not the only Thrak on the Saint's Isle. There are many others in Akatoon.
Akatoon has been marked on my map. Why do I know that name, Akatoon?
Perhaps I will join them. Perhaps not. I will have to ask the fish.
Are the fish biting?
Something's always biting around here. It's just not always the bite you're searching for.
I hope to find what I'm searching for.
Don't we all? I found what I was searching for years ago. Though it was not what I thought I was seeking at first. We are all
Oh my god,
this
dude.
place.
Whatever you say. Okay, I'm gonna, yeah. I am surprised that it has voice acting, but I'm more surprised at how many fucking lines they all have. At least these guys.
Sun's still shining. That's good.
Wait, what? Had enough? Give up or I'll run you through? What are you talking about?
Another psycho!
Oh, your pockets look heavy. Let me lighten your load.
You didn't see anything.
All right, then.
Then it's settled.
There you go. Hold on, I'll let you finish your conversation, then I'll arrest you.
It is a blight upon our land. It speaking calls righteous men to do unrighteous things. Even I, and even you. But they say the lantern lies below. A relic of the saint or something much older. They say it.
What were you doing?
Putting the right things in the wrong place. Does this make sense to you?
No, I'm done. Wait, everybody starts attacking me? Every single person? Okay, I don't want to play this. I don't want to play this. This game, fucking no. No, I don't have the patience for this game right now. I don't have the patience for a role-playing game. Especially one that's rough like that. So, what we're going to do for the last 30 minutes? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to look through some fucking garbage. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we are. We're going to look through some garbage. And the longest game in the book oops. Oh, right. There. There you go. Kotamon, my sis found a super rare card in her cereal box, so I became a garbage man to find the entire collection and earn $100,000. Or whatever, excuse me, $1 million. That's the title. Yep. We're literally looking through garbage. It's gonna be garbage. Hi, Bubba. What are you doing, Bubs? You wanna come over here, Bubba? Come here, buddy. Oh, who's my big boy? Who's the biggest, sweetest boy? Is that you? Are you the biggest, sweetest boy in the world? Yeah, you want some snuggles since Mom is getting her hair did? Mom's getting her hair done. Yeah. That's a good boy. Don't get that. There you go. Oh, yep. Thanks, Bubba. Go on. You wanna? Okay. Continuing on. The game premise is simple. Someone, your sister, your friend, someone threw away a card that was worth $1 million, and you're searching through the garbage piles to find it. And that's it. And along the way, you're finding torn up cards, dirty cards, and you're cleaning them and putting them into your collection. And that's it. And that's what we're gonna do for 30 minutes. Oh, and in order to keep going, you drink beer. In order to get your stamina back up, you drink beer. As one does. Just like real life. No, this isn't a numbers go up game. This is a, like, do you like just mindless tasks and completing them? Do you like the satisfaction of picking up piles of things and have no more things on the ground? And every once in a while you get rewarded with a card piece, with 5 card pieces that you put together like this. And let's not forget that it's filled with anime girls. There we go. Octopus Kotoe. Adding to my collection. See, there's my collection right there. I'm missing 2 purples, a bunch of reds, a bunch of yellows, blues, so on and so forth. And then you go over here and you ask like, hey, can I get an upgrade? What do I want to upgrade? My bag size? My beer capacity? My buzz? Let's get bigger bags, shall we? The buzz makes the beer fill up more stamina. Yeah, oh no, we're back at this game. You better leave, Roby. You don't like this kind of shit. There's a game I think you would like, but would be away when released, but it's really 80s, 90s arcade machines play simulator. I've tried an arcade simulator before, and it didn't really jive with me for whatever reason. Oh, there we go. Okay. New card piece. Ooh, what's this one? This one looks fun. Archkota. Holy Milk. All your light cards gain plus 40 HP. Holy Milk. Yes, you can sell them, but they're not really worth much at the moment. The ones I'm finding, at least. No, you can link. As long as it's not porn, you can link whatever you want. Porn or fishing, you know the shit that most channels don't allow. But yeah, we allow posting links here. Well, let's see what it is. Oldie but a goodie. It was ass. It was really ass. Game name up at the top. Can you read it? Zero's Domain. What? Nope, it's super ridiculously long. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? More energy. Yeah, there. Get in there. You still can't get it in the bin? You gotta get that upgrade, that magnet upgrade. It helps a little. See, if you get it, if I got a magnet upgrade, so if I get it close, it goes in. Yeah, that wasn't close though. Why'd I come back to this game? Because I just wanted something mindless to fucking round out the day. Something I don't have to think about. Oh shit, I've got 2 dirty cards and 1 card to put together. No! Oh, this is a rare one, Dio Cotando. This one's worth, I think, a couple $100. Or just 100. The Salty Sailor. Okay, I have one. Goth Maid. I like it. Get in there, you piece of shit. There we go. I own one of these. All right. Oh, Namane Kisu. Right. Click your, if you have 3 of the same card, you can upgrade it. Oh, what? What? I've been throwing away doubles, son of a bitch. Or not throwing away. I've been selling them, not throwing them away, but selling them. Yeah. Inferior copies. Oh, I see. So if I had copies of them, they go right here. Okay. Well, now I'm just gonna keep them. I didn't know I could combine 3 and upgrade. Sheesh. Would I rate this better than the library game? Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, look at all these dirty girls, or dirty cards. Dirty cards, not girls. Dirty cards that I'm getting. Yeah, this might be the longest title of any game I've ever played. It's definitely up there. But I have played another one that was stupid long. Can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of it, but Ooh, Jellycat. This is a good one. Oh, yeah. It's a good one. Oh, yeah. Cotisha Adams. Oh, this is the goth one, yeah. Goth MILF. Plus 10 damage if today is Wednesday. MILF Hunter K. Oh. Severe badassinitis. Max 3 attacks per match. Okay. Look, I'm almost done with this pile. This is my third pile of garbage that I've cleaned up. Oh my God. This is the third pile of garbage I've cleaned up in this fucking stupid game. What is happening to me? Who am I? What in the fuck is wrong with me? Yeah, oh, it's fucking super hot. It's been 100 plus degrees here for the past week plus. Kobe! There you go. Cot Vale. That's a new one. Add that to the collection. 2774 is probably enough for another upgrade of some sort. There we go. Done with that pile. Well, one more thing. There we go. Next pile. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Stupid awkward bag. Okay. Let's see. Energy, bag size. I think the speed of collecting the garbage. That'll be good. It's stupid. You're looking at the game, man. You were looking at it. I can't like explain enough like how dumb this game is. And how much it satisfies me when I get like, you know, a pile of trash cleaned up. Koteko Kota, she who must not be named, summons the ancient shark spirit. God damn it, you know what? Fuck you. Yeah, pick up trash, get anime girls. Basically the perfect game. Right? Alright, you got about 8 more minutes if you want to join the if then for the day. Yeah, I'm still waiting to get like super rares. Haven't got any yet. I think the highest rare I've gotten is like 125 bucks. There's Austin.
I forgot to press the button.
Thank you, Austin. I appreciate you. 5 gifted subs from Austin going out to Commander Warthog, Rolaberic, Muffled Grin, the Hacksaw, and Apex Enigma. Apex Enigma. There it is. Apex Enigma. And Brad Assassin giving a sub to No Muff Too Tough. We dive at 5. And Blue Buddha. Blue Buddha with 8 months. Thank you, Blue Buddha. Oh, Easy Breeze. We've had this one. Another Jellycat. I could have sworn these looked a little bit more risque in the trailer. You like triple gay David Bowie? That is a good one. Oh. Come on, roll on in. Oh, you prick. No, I know there's no genitals or nipples, but I thought at least we get some like, you know, pronounced cam toe on in the panties or in the pants or something. But doesn't look like it. Yeah, someone said they'll have a nudity patch later. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm surprised it's not already there, to be honest with you. Let's take it to Jenny. What the hell is this? Looks like someone ordered a cosplay outfit that was thrown away by mistake. Exactly, the town's hosting a Geek Fest right now. Ooh, let us show you. Jenny's bedroom is through the door in the garage. She gave us a key and said she is waiting. Why would people even consider wearing this? Cosplay is the art of impersonating your favorite character that combines acting, makeup, and costume design. It also lets you show off your fabulous tits and nobody would bat an eye. How stupid. Who'd do something like this seriously? However, if you find any more such boxes, bring them here. I don't want this cosplay crap ruining my trash compactor. Ah. Hey, you're supposed to knock first. What an uncomfortable, stupid outfit. Doesn't even have any pockets. Okay. All right, we'll reveal these two cards and then we'll call it a day. What do we got? Some sort of muscle cat lady. There we go. Oh, I thought we had one more. We got one more. Oh. What? Wait a minute, I have more than one of these. What the fuck? Oh, I have two of these. Oh, I have two of the same quality. Okay. Aha, okay. Do I have any 3 times? Someone said I could, Oh, there's an inferior copy. Okay. Oh, I've got there, 350. That's my most expensive card. Dio Cotondo. All right. Save it. By the way, if you're stuck, you can unstick yourself by doing this. It's great. All right. That's it, dude. I'm done. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. I had a great time. I appreciate you. But I'm going to get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's War Dogs at 1 p.m. Eastern with the boys, with Co and JP. We're doing some War Dogging tomorrow. So I hope to see you then. Then Monday I'm off. And then Tuesday will be my last stream before I leave for the burn. And we're just going to do more indies. So you might see something you've seen here that didn't get voted in. Might see some new ones, probably see some new ones. But that's what we got. We got 2 more streams, and then I'm out. Tuesday will be my last day before I go after the Burning Man. All right. See you tomorrow for War Dogs.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.